Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you're watching us. Welcome to Mutembei Show. Thank you for tuning in mahali popote ulipo. Tunawakaribisha kwa show yetu siku ya leo. So we are talking about the CS vetting process that is going on in the country right now. I'll be dropping the link in the comment section and unakaribishwa kuungana pamoja nasi. Kama uko na maoni, tutakusikiza, tutakupatia muda wa kutoa maoni yako. So wherever you're tuned in from, just look at the comment section right now. I'm going to drop the link and you can click on that link and join the show. Now, the link is in the comment section, so you can click on that link right now, join the show. We'll be talking about the CS vetting. Is it a sham? Ama ni kuenjoyiwa tunaenjoyiwa? Is it a billionaires cabinet or is it a hustlers cabinet? Also, we'll be talking about the DPP being given 3 weeks to what they call review the case of the deputy president. Koti imewaambia kama hawana kitu cha kusema, basi kesi ya deputy president itatupiliwa mbali. So I want to welcome you from wherever you're watching us. Click on the link that is in the comment section na karibu tuweze kujadili mambo ambayo yanahusu taifa letu. If you're listening to us right now, I've already dropped the link in the comment section. So karibu sana, tukaweze kujadili maneno ambayo yanahusu taifa letu. It's been a while before we had this show, but due to circumstances, we understand that sometimes it is very difficult to have the show running every day. But we try as much as possible to, make sure that at least we have an opportunity to discuss the issues that affect our country. So let me look for a video here that I can play as I wait for you, our viewer, to join us today.
The past came to haunt President William Ruto's cabinet nominees as the vetting exercise got underway. The nominees were hard-pressed to defend their track records, integrity, and explain why they were the best for the cabinet positions. And as Sam Ogina now reports, Garissa Township Member of Parliament Aidan Duale had to fend off allegations of not making public the list of Al-Shabaab financiers, while for Prime Cabinet Secretary nominee Musalia Mudavadi, ghosts of Anglo leasing, Goldenberg and the cemetery land scandals had him break a sweat.
First on the chopping board was the former ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi, who relinquished his leadership of the party. Mudavadi's position of Prime Cabinet Secretary, the first flashpoint.
In the coalition agreement that you entered into within the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, you did appreciate the fact that the position to which you have been nominated did not exist.
After the office of the president and the deputy president, this would be the third most powerful position. The constitution gives the third most powerful position in the country to the Speaker of the National Assembly.
The president, constitutionally and in accordance with the Coalition Act, has the powers to set up his government and assign functions.
Mudavadi's long service in government through the Moi and Kibaki administrations granted the committee fodder, questioning him on the Anglo leasing, Goldenberg and the cemetery land scandals that punctuated Mudavadi's chain in public service.
The issue of the Goldenberg issue, and this other issue of the cemetery land.
My conscience is clear. This was a menace to this country. It was a program of export compensation, which was a policy position of the government of the day to try and spur exports in this country. And then it was abused. And in the process of it being abused, it caused havoc.
Defense Cabinet Secretary nominee Aden Duale's statement on Al-Shabaab finances would come back to haunt him.
You are reported to have undertaken to name all those who are responsible for the financing of the Al-Shabaab terrorists. Indeed, you gave yourself 30 days.
We urged our communities, because the communities' roles are very important in the war against terror, that the communities must come out and must help government in identifying who are the financial.
Duale's stance on the country's territorial integrity came into sharp focus at a time the country is faced with provocations from our neighbors.
It's not just a tweet to look at from defense perspective. It is a threat to the Kenyan sovereignty.
KDF believes in diplomacy, and our country believes in diplomacy. And our country does not react to tweets.
It's an issue where it takes the 50 million Kenyans' lives into a scare.
The Kenyan people on Twitter dealt with the general before even Foreign Affairs and KDF were to come in.
The Garissa town MP faulted the use of military in civilian activities by the previous regime, indicating military use had to be sanctioned by the National Assembly.
The military has been involved in KMC. Military has been in Nairobi City County under NMS and various other civilian duties.
You cannot just wake up one morning and remove a general from the barrack and bring him. Mr. Speaker, if that is not checked, then you'll find a general who will become the clerk of the National Assembly.
Attorney General nominee Justin Muturi decried negligence and neglect of advice from State Law Office for the government's streak of losses in lawsuits. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta suffered a huge blow at the altar of the judiciary.
It is not a right of government to always win cases, but government will win or lose cases depending on how much legal advice the particular entity within which the dispute is located.
Muturi called for the enhanced budgetary allocation for the State Law Office, claiming it was poorly funded to execute its mandate effectively.
If you want to look at where they conduct marriages, it's like a small cubicle that nobody would even want to sit there for more than 20 minutes. You feel that you might find the cockroaches around. It's very pathetic.
Others who appeared before the 21-member committee on appointments include Foreign Affairs Cabinet nominee Alfred Mutua and Water Cabinet Secretary nominee Alice Wahome. The vetting continues on Tuesday. Sam Ogina, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Okay, so those are the things that are happening right now. There's vetting that is going on. Ruto's nominees to the cabinet have started going to parliament to be vetted. And what we are asking today is this a sham process or it is a formality? We know some of these people have cases. Some of them have been withdrawn by the DPP. We have Aisha Jumua's case. We have Mithika Linturi's case, but for the nominees that were being interviewed in parliament today, we saw Musalia Mudavadi, who was a former prime minister, deputy prime minister, minister for finance, and many other portfolios that he held. We also saw the former governor from Machakos, Alfred Mutua, being interviewed today. We saw Aden Duale, who is a nominee for the post of CS Defense, being interviewed today, and he was asked about the list that he promised to release to the public, the one that he said he has a list for the people who finance Al-Shabaab. Is this the right person for the defense ministry? Welcome to the show. Wherever you're watching us from, I have dropped the link in the comment section. You can click on that link, make sure that you let your device be configured, and you'll be in the studio to make your remarks today. So karibu sana mahali popote ambapo unatutazama siku ya leo. Nina kukaribisha kwa show yetu ya leo. Link iko kwenye comment section na kuona Christine Adika hapo. asante sana kuwa pamoja nasi. Jarongo 1212, asante sana. Nakuona Brian Richards, asante sana, anasema good morning friends, nice to see you Makiadi. Asante sana Brian, ni vizuri pia kukuona, na wengine wote ambao mnatutazama saa hii. Christine, nakuona, karibuni sana. Nimedrop link mara tena kwenye comment section. Ukiwa tayari kuingia kwenye studio, just click on that link and then you will be directed to let StreamYard configure your device. Let your device be configured with the camera and the audio, and then you will find yourself in the studio. Vicky Hanel, asante sana, nimekuona. Brian Richards, tena nimekuona. Shizna Ogamba, it's good to be here. Karibu sana. We are getting ready to have the wheel rolling. I will play another video as I wait for members to join the show today. So we are talking about the vetting process that is going on in Parliament right now, and we have seen the various nominees for cabinet secretary positions being vetted today. Tomorrow is another vetting session. We'll have the likes of Aisha Jumwa. Hopefully we will have Parliament that is serious with the vetting process. So we are giving ourselves time to discuss this issue today. Let me look for another video here I can play as I wait for you to join the show today, so that we keep the wheel rolling. There's a video.
Perhaps one of the other main memorable aspects of the first day of vetting of Cabinet Secretary nominees as well as Attorney General nominee was the net value each of the 5 who were interviewed quoted. Naoma Sampao captured those staggering figures.
Then you answer them and we take another round.
Cabinet nominees are one step close to formally landing in the executive after Parliament started their vetting on Monday morning, an exercise that will last until Saturday afternoon. As expected, Day 1 nominees faced stinging questions from committee members. When asked to declare his wealth, Justin Muturi, Attorney General nominee, said,
My net worth is currently estimated at just about 700 million.
An answer that sent a section of Kenyans into a frenzy as they debated the more than double growth of his financial weight in less than a year, fishing out a figure he started in November 2021 as he declared his bid for presidency, where he gave a figure of 300 million shillings net worth. Opposition MPs throwing heavy punches on the troubling signs of impunity by the executive.
There are indications that the current administration is keen to retain the positions so pre-election agreements can be honored through appointments. As the AG, what is your position on this matter, and especially on ensuring the rule of law is followed throughout and not only when it suits the government?
Article 132, Clause 4 permits the President to establish any office in the public service and make appointments thereto on the recommendations of the Public Service Commission. The issue which was raised in the earlier case was that there had not been public participation before the establishment of the office of Chief Administrative Secretary.
Aden Duale, Defense CS nominee with a net worth of 851 million shillings, was asked about his conflict of interest once he gets down to serious business.
Do you think, with the incursion by Al-Shabaab and Al-Shabaab activities in the region, you would in any way be conflicted on your citizenship and nationality as a Kenyan and the Somali nationalism in the region?
Somalis, wherever they are, the citizenship where they belong is where they are loyal to, and I saw to the Constitution as a member of Parliament. So I treat me as a Kenyan Somali, just like the way you treat the other communities in this country. And I'm not the first one I'm not the first Somali to hold the defense portfolio.
You are reported to have undertaken to name all those who are responsible for the financing of the Al-Shabaab terrorists. Indeed, you gave yourself 30 days. I'm afraid to say that Kenyans have been waiting.
I have no capacity, and I don't have the constitutional mandate to investigate who are financiers. But there are times when bills that were draconian in nature came through his hands. And they were very draconian in the bills themselves, and he also implemented them in a draconian manner. In the legislature, every laws that are passed, some are controversial, some are easy to pass, and I'm sure if God gives you an opportunity, one day you become a leader of majority. It's a very difficult job.
Alfred Mutua for the Foreign Affairs docket was another nominee who appeared before the vetting panel, the MPs casting aspersions on his declared net worth, saying the A&L Hotel, which is not new to controversy, is valued at a much higher price than the figure declared by the former Machakos governor.
Ndugu yangu, I know this is a period people want to be poor because it's hustler time. Don't fear being rich. Just tell us how much you are. Without hotel, you cannot be 420. You cannot.
And when you own something that is under huge credit, it's very hard to say that it is yours unless you've cleared the credit. And that is why the cost of my value in the hotel is much, much less than I would like it to be. Hopefully, one day in 10 years' time, when I own it 100%, then my value will be able to rise.
Alice Mudhoni Wahome, nominated for the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, was the last to face the committee on the first day of vetting. The nominee, who declared her net worth to be 218 million shillings, was taken to task over her alleged temperament, where the members mentioned an incident in the past in which she was allegedly involved in an altercation with an IEBC official.
I've been a politician for 20 years. Although I have served 2 terms and this now 3rd term, and I have not been involved in any other fight, altercation, except this that you seem to pick, honorable members. And I'm sure there are cases that can be very bad. I do not think I am a violent person. I am able to manage my tempers.
5 other nominees will face the vetting committee on Tuesday.
Okay, so we are getting ready to talk about the nomination process that is going on in Parliament right now. I was looking at the cabinet nominees' wealth list, and I'm astonished that these are the people that were calling themselves hustlers. Boda boda mama mboga wanalia, naona unatusalimia hapo sana. Good morning and win today. Makiadi, how are you? Niko salama, asante sana kwa pamoja nasi. Naona unasema umemiss PK, Stone PK, Mato na mama Selina. Asante sana boda boda mama mboga, na anasema anajiita bodaboda mama mboga wanalia. Asante sana. So I was saying, I was looking at the cabinet list, nominees list. It's a very astonishing list here. We have Musalia Mudavadi, Prime CS, who is worth 4 billion shillings, 4 billion Kenyan shillings, and Cheraisi nakuona, asante sana. Karibu Duke, siku mingi. For Musalia Mudavadi, he said that he's worth 4 billion shillings, and his sources of income are shares, property, flight leasing company. That's for Musalia Mudavadi. Come to another hustler, Justin Muturi, who is a nominee for Attorney General, who is worth 700 million Kenyan shillings. The sources of his income are farming, consultancies, and speaker's pension. Then move on to Aden Duale, who is a defense CS, who is worth 851 million Kenyan shillings. His sources of income are property, rental property, MP's salary, livestock, na kadhalika. Dr. Alfred Mutua, Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, CS Cabinet nominee. He says he's worth 420 million Kenyan shillings. His sources of income: hotels, apartments, and businesses. Alice Wahome, water and sanitation. She says she's worth 218 million Kenyan shillings. The sources of her income being MP salary, legal practice, and rental property. Dio, karibu sana. Naona leo ni sisi na wewe kwa studio, so I'll welcome you at least utoe maoni yako. Take your time, hatuna speedi leo mpaka watu waingie kwa studio. Karibu.
Hey, good morning. You see, the reason why we don't have many participants here today is actually the previous fault. I was the only person who was trying to complain to compare Mtembei TV to be inclusive, so that if we were having maybe a lot of people for like 50-50, now the show will be active because maybe those who won, they are motivated and they are happy and they are likely to come and contribute every day. But that's a story for another day. When it comes to, there are two things which I want to clarify. One is about vetting process. Two, it's about the net worth of an individual. I once said that the net worth of an individual should be known by the systems which we have and the data which the government have. But in the Kenyan context, we don't have systems. To the extent we depend on what the people say. For instance, if I say I'm worth 200 million, I'm worth 300 million, and I have APCD, that's it. That's not accurate mechanisms of determining how much an individual has. I hope the actual question, for instance, the two things which can, for instance, ensure that there is accurate information, we should ask the people, how much did you pay for taxes this year, tax returns? Because your net worth should be proportional to the tax returns you are returning to the exchequer. So net worth should not be from the individuals. The individuals should not say. The government should have systems and mechanisms and data which has accurate information of each individuals. For instance, if we be having an accurate system, we should not be even having census periodically, because we have a system. For instance, if a baby is born, the information is captured. If an individual dies, the information is captured. So this stupidity of maybe we take 5 years, then we count people, as if the government's unable to know who dies and who is born. So a system like that will be critical. When it comes to vetting, it's about who is vetting who. And once I said, actually, the judiciary should be involved, or like non-political individuals. For instance, we have, for example, professionals, or we have a commission, the way we have the Judicial Service Commission, or the judiciary, something which did not participate in the electoral process. So when you are talking about the parliamentarians, we have drug dealers, we have murderers, those who have been shooting people, Papuino and Parasa. They are now the ones sitting and they are trying to scrutinize the integrity of others. What's that? That does not make any sense. Number two, we talk about the politics of Kenya. It's where we have parties which I can say they are extremely controlled in a way by powerful individuals. So if Ruto has the majority in parliament and maybe in the Senate, I mean the national parliament and Senate, then it means those parliamentarians or the senators will pay him and they will approve. And the same would happen for Raila. For instance, if Raila was to control parliament and the Senate and they select specific individuals to serve as the cabinet, if he has the majority, all of them would actually approve that. So those two critical factors ensures that even the vetting process is nonsense. The members of parliament are trying to get allowances from that. There is nothing which is going to happen. Just questioning the way they have been having several committees. You remember about several cases. Each year there is committees, summonings, and fittings, which can be more than 100. There is no action is taken. So it's like a way of professional. It's like they are doing something to justify that they are working. But all this happens because a country has missed three basic components. You have to talk about philosophy, then you talk about ideology, and then you talk about the strategy. When you are talking about philosophy, now is when you are talking about the nature of humans. What are we made of? What do we want, or what do we like? How do we behave? That's talks of philosophy. And then after understanding that, you come to ideologies. It's about the ideas or principles which should be used to come up with or to drive the economy of a nation. And then you talk about strategy, which is about methods or mechanisms which would be used to achieve results. So when we find that now the philosophy is upside down and the ideologies are misplaced, so it means we can't move forward. So I think those are the brief remarks because other members have come. I don't want to take much time unless you have a question.
Thank you, Duke, for your opening remarks. We'll come back to you later. Jaraisi, asante sana kwa kukaribia show siku ya leo. I can see you there. Wacha tuende kwa Mise atupatie opening remarks and then we can move on like that. Karibu Mise.
Asante, I'll let Cherais to go first before I come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mise. Cheraisi.
Jambo Duke, Jambo Mise, Jambo Makiadi, and Jambo was those who are following wherever they are. Anyway, I'll be quick. I'll make based on the discussion. You said vetting, CS vetting, real or sham. Billionaire cabinet, DBB given 3 weeks to review Gachagua'S case. Okay, let's go to the vetting. Vetting, you say real or sham. I cannot say sham. It's real. You know, the way we see it is real because it's been broadcast live. So it cannot be sham unless we are talking something else. But it's real. I see the questions being answered and they're answering to the best of their ability. The declaration of wealth, we can't doubt what they declared unless we have or unless the vetting team has an alternative numbers. If we are, as Duke said, if we are relying on them to tell us what they are worth and what they tell us is binding, pending otherwise, then we'll stick to it. Like Musalia Mudavadi said, he's worth 10 billion, which is not questionable based on the fact that most of his wealth is inherited from his family. His dad was powerful person way back then, before some of us were born, and then there was no controversy in their wealth, or there have not been a record of uh, of anything negative on their wealth. So I assume it increased. You know, most of these wealth declarations are based on property, which is land and buildings and rental property. At the moment, anybody who invested way back then, like those who have properties in Nairobi, for instance, those who bought land 20 years ago, 30 years ago, which was maybe worth $1 million then, or even 10 million then, is worth 200 million now. So it's easy to get that net worth on property values in Kenya. Like especially if you're from a family like Mudavadi, who got that who got the hand into that property property wealth way back, which when it was avoidable. At the moment, it's easy to value them at that value. Very easy. You know, initially when I saw it a few years ago when they were vetting the CSS, people were saying I'm worth 500 million. So I was worried, and I was almost shocked a little bit. But when I dug deeper, I realized it's mostly property values. And as if you saw when they were questioning CS Mutua, for instance, they were trying to ask him, you know, look like you're not forthcoming with your hotel value. And he answered it very well, because he said, I cannot value that at the moment because it's still under loan. So it's still not his property. But if it becomes his property completely, his value will skyrocket. We'll be talking about billions. So these people have known a way of getting wealth, which we regular wananchi, Mamamboga, as you said, Makiadi, should learn a lot as far as property investment is concerned. Because most people will be asking, oh, they don't have salary and all that. These are not people who are there for the salary. These are people who learned wealth way back. And they don't, it's not all of it is like, can be said it's hard work. Like somebody like Mudavadi, for instance, most of it is inheritance. You know, some of them are shrewd business people, but it's property. I'll say it's property that gives them this high wealth. As far as what Gachagua topic there, I cannot comment on that because it's something that's awaiting review. So I'll not have a word there. Asante sana Makiadi.
Thank you, Charaisi, for your opening remarks. Julia Nakona karibu sana. I want to play a short clip here before I go to Mise. I want to, try to jog your minds on the issue of the seriousness of these interviews that we are seeing right now.
At any time held any position in a political party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have.
Which is?
I have, the most recent one was being party leader of the Amani National Congress.
Are you still the leader?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Have you ever been dismissed from office for any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely associated with practices that depict bias, favoritism, or nepotism in the discharge of public duties?
No.
Would you tell this committee your financial net worth?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I would comment on that. If I take my investments in shares in various, in some companies, and also the properties that I own, I would put my net worth at about 4 billion shillings.
4 billion. What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
Mr. Speaker, rental income, dividends, where I have the shareholdings, and also interests, and of course other expenses that come from the farm.
Mise, I think you're the next one, and then we'll go to who? Martin Deto. Just opening remarks, and then we'll have the the session where we can discuss these issues exhaustively.
Thank you very much, Richard Makiadi, Julia, Duke, Benson, Mato, and Sam Chirais. It is always good to connect here. We've been away offline, off air for some time, but it's good that we are reunited here today. I think the subject of discussion today, if the CS vetting is real or a sham, I think I want to suggest that I think it's real. I think the government is determined to make sure that we are rolling and we are in business, and we have people working and dispensing their obligations as they will be assigned by the president. And I believe the question of integrity is that which cuts across every member who sits in that committee and in all houses of in all the houses across Kenya, meaning the Senate House, the Parliament, and even in the house of the house at the hill there called State House, where the presidency resides. So I think for me, I'm very excited. I'm very happy that we are moving towards a normal procedure, a protocol that is usually followed. I think I will point my, I will reflect in back 2013 during the vetting, where one Kazungu Kambi, who was being vetted, I think it was the Minister of Health, where he was asked on matters of corruption, and he responded by saying that, when it comes to corruption, I lead from the front and others follow. So I hope that today, as we are vetting, as the members or the nominees are being vetted, I hope that they are not leading from the front and others following when it comes to matters of corruption. I hope that they will lead from behind when it comes to corruption, but lead from the front in fighting corruption. So that would be my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mise. Let me go to Mato. Your opening remarks briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Richard, and everybody that is watching us and the panelists. You know, I'm gonna be very brief because I'm still there. I think at some point people need to sit down and understand our country and the people that are there and the things that we need to do in our country. However long it takes, it's gonna happen. But it's very unfortunate that we find the people that we find getting into power today
they are talking about billions. When some people, I'm not going to say, some people were growing up, depending on when you grew up, to be a millionaire was such a hard thing that if you were a millionaire, your family was known to be a millionaire, family was a problem. Today we're talking billions. You just had there, right there, Musalia telling you whatever billions he is. What has he done in his own life, in his life, working in the government? How much does it take you to have $1 million as a Kenyan? And the reason I'm saying that is because at some point we have to realize that for you to be a rich person or to get money, you don't have to be in the government. You can do it in the private sector. And once you start seeing people coming up with these numbers that never used to exist, and that's their net worth, then you realize your country is going wrong. At the end of the day, I always say this country is not about me, Duke, or what. Even if we don't agree in where we stand in, the country is all about us. And I'm tired because people don't see that, they see their party lines. The things that are happening in Kenya today are things that we've never seen, where you have a criminal justice taking people out of their cases. I mean, because it's been propagated by the government, take this one out because they have to be cleared to become a CS and to do all that. I had Mutua today. I'll go to Mutua because that's, everybody is always talking about the Kamba side. I had Mutua today saying, and I'm grateful for him because he agreed that he owns the A&L Hotel. I know A&L Hotel very well. Is right next to my land. Very nicely. I've been there, done there, nice food and everything. Being asked how much it cost. It's a nice one. As my opening one, nitakuja nikiwa mkali lately, but huko baadaye, but as because it's an opening statement, I want us, as we discuss, let's forget about UDA, Kenya Kwanza. Let's forget about everything and remember our Kenya. No one has ever spoken today. Nimekuwa nikifuata bado. No one has still spoken about the highway yenye tuliekewa ya juu huko hivyo. No one has spoken about the infrastructure. No one has spoken where Uhuru is. It's just, who do we vindicate? Who's going to be there? When do we get this and all that? Guys, can we please stop everything? Kwanza tuangalie country yetu as a country. Richie, thank you for opening the show. I've really missed the show. And thank you so much. Because this is a place where we talk, and that's going to be my opening remarks.
Hi, thank you, Mato. Good to see you. Good to see you back. Let me move quickly to Julia. Julia, karibu.
Asante, good to see you Makiadi. Asante kwa kufungua show. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria hii show tumezika kwa kaburi la sahau. Good to see Duke, Miss Chiraisi. Hi Chiraisi. Hi Mato. Hi Benson. Hi Derek Ambiso. Derek Ambiso. Me, I don't want to pretend. This is a sham. It's a waste of time. Now who speaker anaitwaje? He's just trying to fool Kenyans. Let him go and fool wafuasi wa Kenya Kwanza. Mato, I'm sorry, you said we'd stop being Kenya Kwanza. I'm Azimio, but I'm not able to do that, so I apologize to you because this is a sham. Kenya Kwanza, there's another synonym for Kenya Kwanza is corruption. I'm just reading something here. Ati kesi ya Gachagua iangaliwe tena ndio awachiliwe huru, arudishiwe pesa yake. And we know all those people who have been set free now. Aisha Juma have been declared clean. I mean, how then is this speaker going to vet these people? How? It's just a sham. So me, I ask Kenyans not to pay attention to this vetting and to move on with their lives and try and find where they will find food for their children, because hard times are coming. Hii serikali chiraisi inaenda kupora watu, kupora iko na waporaji. It's a gangster government. It is going to steal the little money that is remaining. They are going to steal the little money that is remaining in the government. That's what's going to happen. This Mudavadi akona makesi mingi za corruption. So I don't even know what they are defending. Sijui nini wana defend, at wanna explain how much worth. You people remember when Mother Karua said she's worth 157 million, and she said that her property it's just that it has appreciated. And really, typically, if you look at a Kenyan civil servant, na wangalie mshahara, and after you try to account how many loans that person has acquired and what that person has invested in, it is not possible to gain those billions unless you are working in the corporate sector and maybe you've been able maybe to invest in the banking or what. I mean, you got to get to tell us exactly umetoka wapi na unaenda wapi. So these people cannot do that. So this thing is a sham, Makiadi. This vetting is just a sham, and Kenyans should not waste their time listening to what they are doing. Me, I'll not waste my time to listen to anything that's happening to Parliament. It's a waste of time, and I think we should just ignore them and behave like there's nothing going on in that vetting. Because after all, even if they are found corrupt, or even if they cannot explain where their funds are, they are going to be passed, their names are going to be passed, and they are going to be approved after all. And you people, you prove to me a few days from now, those people are going to be approved with all their corruption scandals. In fact, you people, why it's a sham? Even the president himself has been very corrupt, the deputy president. So how then you talking about vetting? Who is vetting who? How can these vet each other? I'm sorry, Makiadi, nimefungua show hivi. It's just that I'm not able to pretend. Asante.
Asante Julia kwa utangulizi wako. Naona Adams amerudi baada ya muda mrefu. Karibu sana Adams. Good to see you back. Let me go to Mbudhia. Your opening remarks.
Thank you, Makiadi. Thank you, everyone. Let me say two things as my opening remarks. One, in terms of vetting, I don't think the selection committee of the parliament have requisite capacity to vet, because it's like sending the wolf to go and shepherd the sheep. So I don't think those young parliamentarians are able to vet serious people like Musalia and Akina Duale. Duale have been a leader of majority for 10 years. So when he's given those junior MPs, I don't think they have any capacity. Number two, we employ people, we conduct interviews, we do serious interviews. I don't think a CS should be employed by a mere one hour. What is the capacity of a sitting MP to interview 5 candidates from a prime CS to another 4 CS? So today we saw 5 of them being vetted. So what is the capacity really? Even us who conduct interviews for more professional technical work, I don't think it is possible to do vetting for 5 candidates, and especially at that level. And number 3, and I agree with Mato, is a reflection of our country. I remember when Chapter 6 was, the drafters of Chapter 6 meant well. But, we went ahead and developed Mwongozo. Those who have followed public finance management, we developed Mwongozo, and all senior government officials were trained on Mwongozo. And Mwongozo was the one who came, the Mwongozo came up with all these things of the requirement. You have to bring all your documents and all that. But I think we were cornered by Parliament when they said that the cabinet secretary should be vetted by the parliament itself. I think there should be a more serious multi-agency team, bringing NSIS, bringing anti-corruption, bringing higher education, and all these other people. So I don't want to call it sham, because it is what we set ourselves through a legal framework called Mwongozo. So I think we need to review, as Martin says, forget politics, go back to the real issues. Number two, and my final statement is, of course, we are dealing with the senior politicians. Some of us, when we were born, we found Mudavadi family, from 60s. So basically, I don't want to question Mudavadi and his wealth from 60 all the way. A guy who was a minister 30 years ago. You don't want to question Alice, a lawyer. From my village, when we were born, she was already a lawyer. We usually every year she would come to the village and you admire Alice 40 years ago. So basically, we are also talking about serious Kenyan. We are talking about Duale, from the family of Mahmoud Muhammad and, the lineage and all that. So basically, these are more serious Kenyans. So the wealth is also transferred from one family to the one generation to the other. And these people seems to have generational wealth. Those are my opening remarks.
Thank you, Benson. Quickly, let me move to Derek.
Thank you very much, Banarichi. And wasalimu nyinyi nyote. For those who are waking up, for those who are going to sleep. I've been maintaining here, simple and clear. These are my opening remarks. I've been maintaining here that the government we have in place, it's a very talented. They are very talented time wasters, and that is what you should expect. What are happening right now? I don't think kama sahi mimi zinanishtua, because these are things that you should expect. These are things that you're going to expect in the 5 years to come. So this is it. The vetting, I'm not for it, because a lot of untrue and a lot of games are in that vetting, because hata wakuwe na scandals, hata wakuwe na uongo mingi about their net worth and all that sort, still bado they are going to be vetted in. I don't see anybody who is going to jump out, who is going to not be vetted in. All of them, they are going to pass the marks, and bado tutawaweka tu na wote tunawajua ni wakora. So I don't even expect anything new in what is going on. These are what we expected, and these are what we are seeing. As I'm going to add on what Mato says, it's a high time we should think of what Kenya is made of, or what we can do to make this Kenya a great nation. And we should first think by who is me. But if you're going to concentrate on what is going on by this government, like what is going on, like easy bit tunaona, there is nothing that is going to transpire. Hakuna kitu tunaenda kumita, hakuna kitu tunaenda kuona. What we are seeing right now, that is what it is. So we have to start by me, kama mwana Kenya. There is a lot to be concentrated on, and that is not what we are seeing. Hata watu wa Kenya Kwanza, there is a lot that they are thinking of right now, which is not being worked on. Unaona? I'm even happy Duke was talking about the kind of tax thing that these people should come with, the clearance thing. It is important, but what we are seeing right now, I think it has got a lot of question marks. I'm not after them, but let's talk reality. That's my opening remarks.
Thank you, Derek. And finally, let's hear from Adams. Tangu August bana hatujaonana bana. Utatuambia ulipotelea wapi?
Wow. Good evening to all of you. Abarizenu. Mato, Duke, Julia. Hey, Mesa is over there. How is Canada? Yeah, so
Adams, you forgot to congratulate us for winning the election.
I don't know what you mean, us. I don't know who you are. Anyway, but yeah, you know, it was a political season, and whatever happened. A lot of people went into oblivion. Me being one of them is normal. You know, you have to take a rest and exit and come back again. So I'm happy to see you guys once more, and yeah, we are here. The life must go on, and I think it is what it is, and a lot of things going on. They are not pleasant as expected, but we have to live with it. What is going on right now, the current affairs, whatever is going on now is about the vetting of the cabinet secretaries. And a lot have been said that this guy is a corrupt, and they're being also vetted, like Julia put it, corrupt person vetting a corrupt person to get to the office. I think, in my own opinion, it is just a coronation. Yes, the law provides what they're doing. Whatever they're doing is within the law. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides that cabinet CSs must be vetted by the committees, the parliamentary constituted committees. And those committees which are vetting them, chaired by the Speaker himself, are enacted by that act of parliament. So they are acting within the law, even though those who are working there, those who are doing it, they're the same, you know, they're just the same people. They are all mudslided, all of them, but we have to deal with it. It has happened, and I don't really think there is any of those people who is going to be thrown out. It is just done for formality, so they're just formalizing everything. At the end of the day, when they're done, it is just the same thing. The list has been read. Thus, the people is going to the president, His Excellency, comfortable working with those people. So moving forward, those are the people he's going to work with. After the coronation is done, it will be officiated, and then he will append his signature, and it will become official for the people we're going to work with. It is very amazing and sad. You hear them lie before the camera, like Governor Mutua was saying his net worth is just about 420. Yet the hotel that he owns with the former wife, Lillian, A&L Hotel, is almost over 200 million in net worth. So all of them are lying. Davadi says he said around 4 billion or something. We all know it was in the golden bag scam. It was never cleared. The case went round. It was with Moi. And so it is the same people. They just changed clothes. same. The person who is chairing that committee right now is none other than Wetangula, Moses Masika Wetangula, a man who sold a Kenyan mission house property overseas. We all know when he was the cabinet secretary for foreign affairs, the then Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And that case ended up nowhere. It just went round. And now he has not been sanitized. And this guy is chairing a very lucrative committee, vetting people to be cleared. So I think we live in a society where some people call it a man-eat-man society. So I think one day we will be redemption is coming, maybe a redemption is coming. So, and we hope for the best, but we have to keep them on toes and ask them hard questions. If it is a matter of, I don't want to say that, if it's a matter of revolution or something, it will happen someday. If God grant us breath of life. That's my take for now. I'm happy to see all of you, Makiadi, and I'm here. Thank you.
All right, asante sana Adams, good to see you back. Now we want to jump into the meat. Tulikuwa tunaonja nje. So let me play a video here.
You have your compliance with tax obligations from KRA?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Use the microphone, please.
I do.
Clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I do.
Certificate of Good Conduct?
I have one.
From the DCI?
Yes, I have one.
Very good. Your national ID?
I do have the original with me.
Your academic certificates?
Yes, they are there, Chair.
Okay, that gracious lady will have them and compare your copies with the originals. Where there's a deficiency, she will report here and we will advise you.
The only deficiency is that I could not trace my original certificate, University of Nairobi, but I have a letter from the university dated October 12th certifying that degree.
I am also a witness that you went to the University of Nairobi.
Thank you,
You are
Chair.
2 years behind me.
Yes, I thought it was 1 year.
1 year behind me.
Or thereabout.
And you duly graduated and practiced law with me in the corridors of the High Courts.
Thank you, Chair. I still hold the current practicing certificate and have put one here.
Excellent. I don't think any member has any issue with that.
Duke, this is your vetting process. The speaker, who is the chair of the vetting committee, is a witness that Alice Wahome went to university, and so there's no need for any other member to question what the speaker says. But I want to ask you guys here. Muturi said last year when he was running for president that he is worth 300 million. So today he was asked and he said he's now grown his wealth from 300 million to 700 million in a span.
764
million in a span of what, 11 months. Let's for once be serious. Let me use that word. Where do you make a whooping 400 million shillings ama ni mimi sijui kufanya biashara in a span of 11 months? That's question number one. Number two, position inaitwa PCS, Prime Cabinet Secretary position. Is this position legal? Is this position constitutional? Is this something that somebody can go to court na aseme ya kwamba this thing is not constitutional na haifai kuwa? Because if you tell me Mudavadi, me say you guys are supporters wa Kenya Kwanza, Mudavadi alikuwa anaenda kuwa vetted as a Prime Cabinet Secretary or just normal Cabinet Secretary? Perhaps Duke, wacha tuanze na wewe.
Starting from that, as per the Constitution, it states that we should have a maximum of 22 cabinet secretaries. So the president has the freedom to organize or to appoint cabinet secretary and to decide how they are going to work or how they are going to coordinate the affairs of the government. So that's not unconstitutional at all. So if maybe the numbers not exceeded 22, you can even decide to have 10 and maybe appoint one to coordinate all of the others. It's about, there is freedom of doing that. So I think there is no mistake for that. Coming to the case of the speaker of the Attorney General, what I can say is this: we don't have an accurate mechanism of determining the net worth of an individual. That's why I say that we should have like accurate records of the properties or the finances individuals have. even if most of you, if you are asked, what's your net worth? Many of you may not know. Why? Because we don't have accurate mechanism of evaluating and recording there is no accuracy about that. So it's actually, that's the failure of the government. And as you can see, all these individuals, they have clearance from all the mandated institutions, from DCI, anti-corruption. So if individuals have issues and they have clearance from all the mandated institutions, that speaks to the institutions. So I think we should strengthen our institutions, and we should have strong systems which have accurate data, so that we can bring individuals into account. That's it. Then I can end it there unless you have another question.
I think there's a rebuttal. I saw Adams lifting his hand, and then I go to Mato.
Yeah, mine is not a rebuttal. I just wanted to react to that video plus the question that you posted about principal prime cabinet secretary, whatever this position that is, PCS something. You know, in as much as we may castigate President Ruto about this, we have to make some few steps backward. This thing started with President Uhuru Kenyatta. You remember somebody went to court. There is a position called CAS, Cabinet Administrative Secretaries, you know, the position that the likes of Ababu and Mwamba were holding. It was unconstitutional. Somebody went to court and the court said it should not be there. But these people hold on it, and they ruled and they finished their terms with them, because it was created. Cabinet Administrative Secretary was a position that was created to reward political sycophants, those who worked for the party, you know, when all the positions are dished out. So they created it as a reward, to reward these people. So that is why it was created. So the same thing applies to position of principal cabinet secretary, prime, whatever it is, PCS. It is a reward. It is just a reward. It's unconstitutional. But you know, you asked a question, a very good question, that if somebody can go to court and get an interpretation and blah, 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 the court will say the same thing. But you know what? These people are fond of contempt. They will not do anything. Ruto will not do anything. They will continue. It will be a hot air. It will just be a hot air. They will continue working like that. These people are not jogging back. So the court is there, yes, but they all follow one suit. They will not, they will not just obey. But constitutionally, it is not there. So not unless something is done which is extraordinarily in the country, then it will be scrapped off. Thank you.
Mato.
Is this my time to say, or is this for my hand? Because I had my hand open. Is this gonna be?
You lifted your hand. I thought maybe you want to rebuttal.
So it's not like my time to say. It's just a rebuttal, right? Ndo usinichape nyuma, usinikate after we, when my time comes. Is this just a rebuttal, right? Okay. So actually, Adams has actually stolen almost.
To Makiadi, it looks like you are not listening in class. You were like, Makiadi will penalize you next time.
I didn't hear you. I hope can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay. So mine, I think the reason I lifted my hand was actually Adams, I think, has stolen almost 90% of what I wanted to say. First of all, there's nothing in our constitution that says CAS. And yes, it goes back to Uhuru. When they brought the CAS and everything, there's nothing in our constitution that says CAS and everything. Na vitu kama hizo. And I believe, I've nimekaa down sana, nikakaa down na nikajiangalia, and I've sat down a lot with myself and really started asked myself for a long time. Why are we talking about things that are not in our constitution? Do we actually respect our constitution? Because there's nothing called CAS. There's nothing called anything in our constitution. 2010 constitution is written, there's a booklet. You go look at it. There's nothing. And I think our Kenyan people, if we're going to move this country forward, regardless who wins, whether it's Ruto, whether it's Baba, whether we lost, whether we won, this country is our country. But we have now to start looking at things that really need our country. And unless we start doing that and we start doing a vigilante, because I think Kenya becomes a vigilante way of constitutionalizing things and making things that don't even make sense, that are not even written anywhere, just because you think it has to be done this way, it has to be done that way. Even as a leader, you have to abide by the laws of what you're doing. Now, you're finding something very funny. And I was looking at it and I was so, Richie, I was really laughing about it. You find somebody like Wetangula asking Musalia, how much are you worth? These are the guys that were campaigning together. Oh, okay. Really? Are we so stupid to look at these guys and say that now they are serious? This guy is above the other. This is just for the show. And that's my problem, because even the Constitution, I don't think we've gotten to a point where we really follow our Constitution. I don't think today you can tell the police, you can't stop me for this because this is what the Constitution says. Utachapwa kibari. And unless we get there, I think that's where I'm not going to say Madakarua and Baba. I'm going to say the people who have been there since Sabasaba, the people who have been trying to do that, bring it up. Today, thank God we have Bunge la Wananchi. But I don't believe today we have, ni kama venye watu semanga wahenga walisema, so you rely on wahenga, you don't think you have anything to move on that you can change everything. When I see drama like this, that ati Wetangula is the one anauliza sijui Musalia, they were in the same campaign thing. I mean, this is just for the show. And unless we realize that this is for the show and it's not for our country, and unless we start ourselves understanding what the country needs to go to, we understand that Duke and everyone, we need to stop this drama and start dealing and having laws and a way of doing things in our country. We will always have people that killed people, their cases being dropped, and them going to government, or people who had stolen billions, their cases being dropped just because they're about to become CASs or C whatever it is, which is not even in our constitution. Thank you, Richie.
Okay. Unless there's a rebuttal, I want to. Okay, Mbudia.
Yeah. Let me debate on the two issues. One, the same constitution have given, and this is how government is formed. A president comes on board, he issues an executive order. Anyone who wants to look at the current government needs to acquaint himself or herself with the 56-page document called Executive Order number 1 of 2022. It actually stipulates how the entire government of William Ruto will look like, who is where, who is doing what. And basically, that's how the government will look like. Unless a new executive order comes in, that's the government is stipulated. It goes to the details of every ministry, every parastatal, every university. It is such a detailed document. And I will invite people to actually read the document because it will help people also to understand how governments are formed. Number two, CAS was a mistake. And I like what the court said, that if we have to have a CAS, we have to take it back to Public Service Commission. And I know the CAS have been moved to Public Service Commission as a cadre within the Public Service Commission. Actually, as we talk, the Public Service Commission have issued a public participation call for anyone who have issues with the CAS to write to the commission to express how any issues around the position of CAS. So I'm very sure that the appointment of CAS will come from the commission. So as we talk now, both CAS and the PS principal secretaries are under Public Service Commission, because there was a big gap on the prime cabinet secretary. That is under the executive order. The president have a leeway to organize his government on how best it can deliver its mandate. You will realize Ruto have introduced the prime cabinet secretary. He have also introduced a national security advisor. I don't know how the national security advisor will work alongside the internal security cabinet secretary. And also Ruto have also introduced a agenda advisor within the cabinet. Those are like new 3 positions that have been brought into the cabinet to help him deliver his mandate. But I also want to go back to my opening remark and say, during the drafting of the constitutions, we were conned by the politicians. Sometimes when you allow politicians to drive processes, we end up where we are. Politicians were looking for a job. They were looking for a job to vet a cabinet secretary. They were looking for a job to vet a police commissioner. They were looking for a job to vet a chief justice. I think that was not the right way. So as we grow as a country, those are areas that we need to look at. I want to invite people to also joggle their mind when US was vetting for a member of the Supreme Court. There isn't the black lady who was being, I can't remember her name, the one who was being vetted. It took 4 days for the Congress, for Congress to vet this lady. There were serious questions. 4 days. It was such a dramatic thing in US just to have a member of the Supreme Court to be vetted in US. It tells you how serious the Congress takes such a moment. When you see Alice being asked about universities and all that, and can you imagine all that was supposed to happen within 1 hour? So you have all these housekeeping right moments, and you are still eating on the 1 hour that people are supposed to ask a question. So for me, that is sham, and it is something that we laid ourselves into during the constitutional making.
Yeah, Derek anataka kuondoka, wacha nimpatie nafasi and then we can go on with the line.
Thank you very much, Richie. I want to rush somewhere, but let me say something. One, kuna kitu inaitwa nikikujua na kujua, and that is where we should start from. Like when I know you, I know you. You know, right now, Ruto anakaa kama bibi yetu as Kenyans. na ama anakaa kama bwana yetu, so we know him. You know, huyu ni mtu tumekaa tukimuona from many decades akifanya vitu zake, akiwa siji minister, akiwa siji nini, akiwa deputy president till now ni president. So if you know somebody, you know. What am I trying to say? You know, when campaigns were going on, hawa watu walikuwa wengi, and these positions ziko kidogo. So tell me right now, may win the presidency, where are you going to place mtu kama nani, Musalia Mudavadi? Musalia Mudavadi, it's not an equal to mtu kama Alice Wahome. It's not an equal to mtu kama, you see. So kuna ile rank lazima umpe. And that is the reason why mnaona hizi positions, hizi CGC what, hizi zenye mnaona. So most likely this man lazima pewe mahali. Even if it is not in the constitution, but lazima pewe mahali. So don't be surprised. Mato, don't be surprised. These are things that you should expect. Hawa watu lazima wapewe mahali wakae. Number two, the constitution we have right now, sijui kama imekuwa ni kama ni kitabu tu, it's not even put into practical. It's not put into practice. What we have right now, it's like a book. Hata huwa anasema saa zingine inafaa ikuwe kwa store. Unaona? Because what is written in that document, almost 80 to 90% of it is it's not doable. With the current regime, when I treat as if it's not doable. Watu wanafanya vitu kivyao, kithorax, and so that is the reason why you are seeing we are ending up being where we are right now. So hizi ni vitu lazima ziangaliliwe, and if they are not looked into, unaona sasa kama hizo to create positions zilianza na enzi ya uhuru, na mwenye anakuja saa hii pia bado anaendeleza, because anaona what happened last time it was not well looked into. So mimi pia nikiingia nifanye hii. Mtu mwingine, I am very sure tena mtu kiweka mtu mwingine atakuja na mambo yake. So that's why I'm telling you, the constitution we have right now, it's not put into place. Hiyo kitabu haifuatwi. It is just a book right now. You see? And this issue of vetting, mimi nilikuwa na follow, there's a lot of scamming is going on in it. Unaona? As siji mtu alisema hapa aje, lazima tu hao wenye wako hapo, and I think I added on it, hao wenye wametupea hizo majina lazima watapita, hakuna mwenye ataanguka. So tuzoee tu, ni hao tu, hakuna ati mali mtu atakuwa dropped na be fine. There are very good people that can fit those positions, but with whom we have at the top there, don't expect anybody to be dropped. Those are the people we are going to be given, and those are the people we are going to work with. So don't expect anything like corruption to go away. Don't expect anything like, yeah, vitu kama hizo, don't expect them to go down. Zitakuwa zinaongezeka tu, ni kama kuongeza pesa juu ya pesa, you know. Yeah, that is what I can say. Let me somewhere.
Oh, okay, thank you. Missy, I'll come to you. Acha nipatie Julia kwanza nafasi, then I'll come to you, Missy.
Okay, I just want to emphasize what my fellow panelists are saying, that really, Makedi, you are asking about Mudavadi's net worth. I don't think I expect anyone to really account for what they are and to say exactly how they got there. I don't expect that. And you also asked why Wetangula asked Alice Wahome akamtetea ati hauna certificate yako. Ninajua tulisoma na wewe. You know, you people, we went to college with many people and they did not graduate. Did they? They did not graduate. They did not acquire their degrees. So the fact that I saw someone in my college as my college mate, even in the same class, does not mean that I know, I can confirm that that person graduated. And you know that we are talking about the era of watu wamepata degree pale River Road. In fact, by the way, I'm surprised that Alice Wahome is a practicing lawyer, and I'm not doubting her credibility. Probably she lost her certificate or her degree certificate. Maybe she did. But I'm saying I'll not be surprised that she doesn't have one either. That will not really surprise me because we are in the era of wash. Kenya, anything is possible. So me, I'm saying this. It depends. I mean, show me your friends and they tell you who you are. How accountable this government is going to be depends on President William Samoei Ruto. Now, the vetting is just a waste of time and government resources. It's not going to make, this will not decide anything. They will not kick out anybody. That's why Mudavadi, Wetangula is very fast to say, najua tulisoma na wewe, najua. You know, he's really passing them through just to show Kenyans we vetted these people, we approved them, they're the right people. But the thing is, when the rubber hits the road, I want to agree with Martin. All of us here, me, Duke, Mise, Adams, Makiadi, Atakina, Mwangi, Madira, anybody, whether you are in UDA or you are in Kenya Kwanza or you are in Azimio, we will feel the pinch of the kind of people we are going to have in the government. And me, because I don't even think that they are legally there or they were legally elected or they're supposed to be in the government, because I think I still believe they stole this election. So I think it will be my waste of time to even pay attention who becomes cabinet secretary for what. Hakuna mabadiliko Makiadi. We will not see any changes. If any case, we'll see we are headed to the worst. We are heading to the dogs. That's what's going to happen to this government. So me, I want to say this. I wanted to leave early today. I wanted to say this. Somebody talked about a revolution here. A revolution is what is going to save this country. There's no other way. And the good thing, I suspect this revolution will come from the people. And this time, it will not be Kenya Kwanza ama Azimio. It will be the common man. Because they'll be so tired and fed up. Watakuwa wamefinywa. Wananchi wasigojee kwamba ati wangojee waone ati waziri wa elimu akiwa vetted na waseme basi tuko na waziri wa elimu who will perform. He will not perform. There's nothing. The government will be worse off. There will be no accountability. That's why you see cases being thrown out. Corruption scandals. People who have corruption scandals, the cases are being thrown out. So if that is already happening, how then do we expect to see some vetting and we big when the right people will not see that? So me, I know that people, Kenyans, watafika mwisho, na watasema they cannot do this any longer. That's where we are headed to. So this time it will not even be Raila. People will, watu watatafuta Raila wamkose, but this time it will be the common man. And it will not be Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. It will be the common Kenyan who will be so tired and fed up. So the vetting Makiadi is wash and a waste of time and public funds. But because Wetangula wants to make a show to his fellow Kenya Kwanza people, let him go ahead and do that. As for me, I'll not pay attention to what he's doing. I'm sorry, Makiadi. Asante.
Mise is a supporter of Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Can you vouch that somebody finished his degree without even necessarily seeing it?
I think that is a very good question. But first, before I answer that question, I just want to tell my friend Adams, welcome back. It is good to see you. I know it was taken long to recover, but bora why, we have to live with it, as you say. But here is the thing. I just wanted, Benson actually brought in something that I was actually going to speak about. He talked about the executive orders. And actually, that is what I also wanted to talk about. If you look at the executive order number 1 of 2020 under the presidency of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, compare it with the executive order number 1 of 2022 of William Samoei Ruto, you will realize that when you compare the two, for instance, when you look at the department, it's called the Ministries and State Departments. for Executive Order number 1, 2022 of William Samoei Ruto, it has only 21 ministries, you know. Now, when you look at the Executive Order number 1 of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you realize that it has 39 ministries. Now, that being said, both, just I think what has been amended in Executive Order number 1 of William Samoei Ruto, he has amended to add and explain Article 147, Article 132, and the mandate that it places to the presidency in terms of appointment. So really and truly, the executive order that and the powers that reside under the presidency is not anything different that William Samoei Ruto has done, other than following or using the power that is given to him under Article 132. Now, that being said, I just wanted to emphasize that he does have power and leeway. And if I can read, for example, if you look at what Uhuru Muigai say in the Executive Order 1 2020, Uhuru Muigai says that in exercise of the powers conferred by Article 132, Subarticle 3B of the Constitution, as read with other enabling laws, I, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of the Kenya Defense Forces, order and direct, Roman 1, that the government shall be organized as set out in this order, that this order contains portfolio responsibilities and changes made in the structure of government, that this order assigns functions and institutions among other ministries and the departments, and that this order supersedes Executive Order number 1 of 2018, revised and issued in July 2018. So it is the same order that actually William Ruto amended, but actually added the function of expounded and actually said, expounded on Article 147.2 that talks about the functions of the deputy president, and he actually expounded the powers or the mandate of the deputy president, as the president may assign other duties. So I just wanted to make sure that we are aware that what William Ruto is doing, he's doing within his mandate. Now, I want to agree with you, with the rest of the people here who have said that the process of vetting is not bad, but the people who are involved in vetting, obviously there is conflict of interest, and as such, we might not get fair vetting. That I agree with you. There is no way. In fact, Wetangula should step aside to be the chair of that committee, even though he should be chairing. I think he was directly involved than the deputy speaker because he was among the principals where Wetangula was, where they had common interests. And as such, that causes conflict of interest. I think if Wetangula had integrity, he would have, stepped aside and let the deputy, the deputy speaker chair the committee, because there was a likelihood of, conflict of interest. So I want to agree with you that in that case, then we would not get fair vetting. Now, number two, what I disagree with all of you is that the net worthy of the nominees, to me, doesn't matter. When they get to the levels of parliament, and I think, I don't know if it's Duke who was speaking to that, there are other agencies that are responsible to make sure that these people have been cleared to get to parliament. And so we cannot, how do they get to parliament when we have the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, which should make sure that the people who hold public offices are actually have the integrity or are adhered to Chapter 6 of the Constitution. So that we say they have failed. We have the DCI, we have the judiciary. These other houses, if anyone has issues with the net worthy of these people, then I think we should have taken it to the right, to go through the right channels. And Parliament, by the time they get to Parliament, I'm sure there are other avenues that we could have explored to question their integrity. And to me, if you ask me, any leader in Kenya, any leader, and in this case, I'm not defending William Samoei Ruto or anybody, any leader does not meet the threshold of Chapter 6 of leadership and integrity. No leader meets that in one way or the other. No leader meets that threshold. And so vile tunasema ni system ya majambasi, wote wanatucheza kama wananchi, and we end up, losing money to the very same people. A thief oversighting another thief, a dog oversighting another dog. Ni kama ukiwa paka wewe ndio unasimamia paka wengine. So I think we don't have those, everyone who was in that committee has not the integrity. But I also want to quickly note that the question from Kimani Ichung'wah was actually uncalled for, to try and single out Honorable Aden Duale, profiling him as a Somali and questioning his allegiance to the government of Kenya. I think that is not a very timely question, especially owing the fragile relationship between Kenya and Somali. I think such questions can spur, misunderstanding within the two countries. Thank you.
Yeah, before I go to Mato, I just want to go back to Mise. And Mise, I think I have a question for you. Number one, there's a feedback here. Mise, I have a question for you. Number one is this. I think you've read the, whatever you are reading, right, about Uhuru Kenyatta. What do you call that? Executive order.
Executive order, yes.
Yeah, you talked about executive order. And you talked about how the president has leeway, which is given by the constitution. I agree with you, to arrange government the way he or she seems fit. Now, my question to you was this, and I'll repeat again. When Davadi went to parliament for vetting, what was he vetted as? Was he vetted as a prime cabinet secretary, or he was vetted by parliament as just a cabinet secretary, a normal cabinet secretary? That's question number one. Number two, I want you to tell me, between an executive order and the constitution, which between the two is superior to the other? Because from where I sit, I know that the executive is made up of the president, the deputy president, and the cabinet secretaries. I have never read anywhere in the constitution, unless you're telling us here that we are bringing the BBI through a back door. I've never read anywhere in the constitution where an office is established by an executive order, and the established office is given mandate and given authority in such a way that it becomes part of the executive, but then it also oversees another part of the executive. And that is what we are talking about here. If Musalia Mudavadi wants to be the prime cabinet secretary, then why can't we Kenyans then do it in the right way? Why can't we then amend the constitution and make this office legal make this office constitutional. And this is why we are having a back and forth, even with the office of the CAS. Remember, as Adam said here, the position of the CAS was actually dismissed by the Court of the Republic of Kenya. And the court said that this position is illegal. What are we seeing right now? We are seeing a government that is hell-bent to cling on that position just to reward the cronies. So my question to you, Misa, is this, and I repeat again, is the position of the Prime Cabinet Secretary constitutional? Is it something that you can tell somebody that we have a Prime Cabinet Secretary and he gains, or his mandate emanates from this part of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya? If you have a question, Mato, you want to add on that, or we let Mise respond and then I come to you, or Adams. Mise, you can go ahead. Ama kama uko tayari nipatie Adams pia, naona ni kama ana swali kwako.
Naweza uliza, but what I wanted to say is the executive order is established in line with Article 132 and Article 152. So the executive order, and if you remember, when I read it, it says, when I read the executive order, it says, as read with all other enabling laws. So the president can issue an executive order at a time that he feels that there is something that will work to the benefit of the country. So he has the power, and that is vested in the Constitution, so that he does not work out of his own desire, but by the guidance of the Constitution under Article 132 and Article 152.
Okay, Mato, you want to rebut, and then I go to Adams.
Mise, you know, I think we are past elections and campaigns. Let's talk about our Kenya. And unless you love your country, right now it doesn't matter if you're in Kenya Kwanza, if you're in whatever. Let's talk about this. And this is a question coming out of somewhere. And I want us, as this, when I ask this question, I want us to ijibu without thinking of who's in what. We just think of our country. We answered that. Executive order. How many branches of our government do we have? Nani amejibu? Adams amejibu.
Okay.
Okay. Ama pia unataka kujibu? We have 3.
Judiciary, executive, and the legislature.
Okay. How? What does the CAS act as? Executive? You tell me. What does the CAS act as?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes. That's why I'm asking the question. I'm not just asking a rhetorical question.
No, I mean, I may not answer. I think that's the question you should throw out to the panelists here.
We're throwing to Kenyans right now as we're talking.
Okay.
So
I'm not obligated to answer specifically, but I can.
Yeah, you're not obligated, and that's you're very right in where you stand. But you know, when you talk about the 3 arms of the government, and then you're telling me that okay, this is an executive order, and then you're making decisions of somebody who's not executive. First of all, CAS are not executive, okay, right? They're legislative. And apparently, as per the Constitution, it says we have 3 arms of government. Every arm is independent. So now you're telling me that me as executive, I can do the, these other arms, I can do these other arms of government and appoint. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And do you understand that we have a problem in our Kenya and the laws because we really never ever follow the laws and the constitution that we make. We make a constitution, but we also don't follow it because mheshimiwa ni mheshimiwa. And we have not even come to a point of understanding that you should not be called a mheshimiwa, you're a public servant. So that's the problem. That's why you find somebody saying, oh, I'll create a new position here, which is not executive. First of all, you are an executive. Then you're trying to come here and create a legislative position. And then that legislative position is going to come even affect the court system and whatever. I think that's the other one. You're going to have someone there that now, because this person is supposed to be this, you have a way of actually arm twisting the other side, which you're not supposed to even deal with them. You're going to arm twist them to do all this. Everything is messed up. We don't have a government in Kenya. We don't have it. We don't have something that actually works. We don't have laws that work. And I always say, and I've always said in this forum, some will remember me. I've always said, even today, if I was to drive my car right here, niende nisome kwa stop sign, nikose kusimama, nishikiwa hapo hivyo nitashikwa. That has nothing wrong and has nothing to do with any other kind of government. Hakuna kesi itakuja kushukishwa because of what I did to not stop on a stop sign. And unless we are serious like that in Kenya, and unless we got the totos of today, that today they go on the Air Force One, I mean, whatever, Kenya Air Force and whatever, because now they are there and they can move with everyone. And we have the Dindinyoros, the people that tell you that you can't talk to me like this because I'm a mheshimiwa. And until we still have these people that actually can go to Kenya Power and buy all the shares because they know that everything is it's just about to happen this way. And unless the days that we can even prosecute presidents, even ex-presidents, and until we look at ourselves and love our country, ourselves, to know that that country is not about waheshimiwas, it's about a country that needs to grow from a first world country to a third world country, is the days that we will even have armored vehicles, armored chores coming to our inauguration because the other countries look at us as stupid. Until Kenyans become Kenyans and be able to persecute even ex-presidents and the cartels. That at one time, Pablo Escobar, I always say this, Pablo Escobar was a governor. At one point, alitolewa, and he tried to kill even the FBI. Until the days that we don't need to extradite the Akasha brothers to the US for them to get justice, or for the people to get justice. Until the days we can do that, I'm telling you guys, and if we keep on talking about Kenya Kwanza, Raila Odinga, and everything, and not looking at Kenya in general, I'm telling you guys, we will remain a third world country forever. We will never move. People who are persecuted, today we hear vitu zimetoka. Some, cases zinaangushwa, ule mwingine anashikwa anapelekwa jela and all that. Yes, they need to be, hata Babu Owino needs to be in jail, by the way. I'm an ODM, but Even Babu Owino needs to be in jail unless he proves kwa nini DJ aligonga DJ na gun. Until we become a country of rule of law, I'm telling you guys, we have so much potential. But we will remain the same place because the day I tell Duke that hustler fund at Duke ataniambia hustler fund itakuja kesho. The day I tell Duke Baba Care ataniambia Baba Care itakuwa. Why? Because we're in different sides of what is happening. But the moment we come back and remember that we have a Kenya and we are tired of being called monkeys in third world countries and all that, and we come back and do our politics as Africans, what Tomboya was telling us to do, go find it out there, bring it in. It's like your home. You go out there, you learn something in school, you bring it and feed your home with that. Until we start doing that and make our interior things ours, I see no progress of Kenya, and we're going to lose everything, especially now Museveni has us ametushika hivi. Because we have 500 coastline, white sandy beaches. We have 3 ports. They are landlocked, and they're jealous of what we have because everything has to pass through Kenya. And that's why everything has to be sent now back to, Mombasa. I don't know what they're sending back to Mombasa. Everything, clearance was happening in Mombasa. So now it gets destroyed, everything on that. And then now they start doing everything and they start doing it. Guys, we have to love our country. Patriotism. I mean, the January 6th, for the people who really wanasikizaga hii kitu na wanaangalianga, I know Richie is privy to that. January 6th, guys went to the to the Congress kujaribu kuangusha kura isipigwe. Now, yes, the country had to stop and think, okay, yes, we were Republicans, Democrats, but now we have to go back and find what it is. As we speak today, that president is indicted. Until we start looking at our country and forget about tribalism, forget about our where elections ikikuja, where we stand. Are we Kenya Kwanza? Are we NAK? Are we whatever we are? And we love our country first. We are not going anywhere. And Richie, I'm so sorry to talk too much, but I think that's where Kenya needs to go, to where we bring our country first and then our differences second. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mato. Let me go to Adams first, and then Michelle, I'll come to you.
I have a question for Mato. Yeah. I have been raising my hand for long.
Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, Mato. Unless I like the passion that you have in terms of us putting our country first. That means us being patriotic or patriotism. But I was wondering also, prior to Constitution 2010, whether we did have a position in a previous constitution, whether we did have a position of the Prime Minister in the Constitution. Now, question number 2, I was wondering if you understood the test set between the test set between the Executive Order number 1, 2020, and Executive Order number 1, 2022. So the test question was that we were asking, did Ruto do anything out of the ordinary, or did Ruto do what actually has been done in the previous government and the other governments in the past? Thank you.
All right, let me go to Adams. Mato, you'll get an opportunity to react to that. Let me go to Adams first.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Makiadi, You know, my friend Mise, you're right, but you're missing something here. Makiadi did ask you very well, and you escaped. You escaped that question. He asked you the difference between an executive order and the Constitution, and he wanted to know which one is superior than the other. You answered your question, but you tactfully escaped that question, and now you're even trying to ask Mato a question. You're revolving around the executive order so much and mentioning Article A, B, C, D, year 2022. I hear you very well. You're right, but you are escapist. So the way I hear you do it, my friend, you're arguing as though the executive order is more superior than the Constitution. But let me tell you, the simplest way, the cheapest, and the most ordinary layman's language of the best definition for a layman, for a Wanjiko, of any country in the world, to understand what it really means when a question is posed like, what is the Constitution? It is very simple. It is the supreme law, period. Forget about so many sentences, so many words. The Constitution, the simplest, most definition is the supreme law. There is no any other law in any country, beneath the earth, on the sky, above the clouds, which is superior than the Constitution. It is the supreme law. So when you talk about these executive orders that you revolve around so much, seemingly you understand that aspect a lot. We thank you. But an executive order, like somebody asked a question, it was Mato who asked, how many branches of government do we have? We have the executive, we have the legislature, and we have the parliament. Is the executive, legislature, and judiciary, right? So executive is headed by none other than the president himself. He's the head of executive. So any orders that he has, we have also something called the presidential powers. And you have to differentiate from where you sit, that there is a difference between the presidency and the president. Those are two different things. A president is the head of state. Even he may die even tonight, he may resign, but the presidency will stand. The presidency will remain, but the president is the person. Okay, so under the same constitution, the constitution provides for the powers and privileges of the head of state, who is the president. So he has powers and privileges. One of them is one of them being, but not limited to, an executive order. So every executive order is guided by the Constitution. You cannot just come with it from nowhere. It is guided by the Constitution, but it cannot supersede the Constitution, which is the supreme law. All right? So it happens and operates within the guidelines of the Constitution. It should not go outside. When you go, that is within the parameters of the executive. Now, when you go to legislature, for instance, or when you go to judiciary, we also have, and you're aware, Mise, that we also have court orders. You know, you cannot go against the court order, but people normally, people have been charged with the contempt of court and that kind of things. They get away with them, but we also have court orders. So we have executive orders, we have court orders. When you go to parliament, we have acts of parliament. So all these court orders and the executive orders and the acts of parliament, they operate within the law, and the supreme law that guides them is the Constitution. They can't supersede it. They can't be over and above it. So I think that is the question. With all the due respect to Miss and humility, I'm not attacking you, but I'm just trying to say that you played an escaping card. You played an escaping card on that. You didn't come out there clearly. But I know if you want to come out clearly, you can come out clearly and make it be sound and very, very nicely. That is where I wanted to talk for now, to elaborate, Mr. Mkiat. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Mato. I know you have a question to answer, but I want to go to Duke. I know Duke is the opportunity, and I want you, Duke, to address this issue. Missy has been very evasive with my question, and Adams has just tried to emphasize the same thing, and the same thing I asked to you,
I
my
think you
brother.
guys are accusing me falsely. I'm not evasive. I think I answered that, and I read the executive order of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta that says that the articles of the constitution as read with all other enabling laws. So I did not evade anything as you.
We'll come to you, Missy. We'll come to you. Just hold on, Duke. My question to you is this, and I want you to answer this, not in the way that Missy is trying to answer, but in a different way, maybe. Now, can you tell us the structure of government? Can you tell us the structure of government? And if government has not changed from what we know it from the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, I want you to tell us, where does the president that you support, the president of the Republic of Kenya right now, derive the power in the Constitution to create an extra office in the executive? That is the question that I was trying to ask Mise. Number two, from the structure that we are seeing right now, who is next in line? We have the president, we have the deputy president, and from the executive order that Mise is trying to tell us here, who will be the next person in line? I think that's all I have for you, Duke.
First of all, I want to say that it's true that the Constitution is supreme. And executive orders must obey the Constitution. And some executive orders may be unconstitutional and therefore considered null and void by the judiciary. However, coming to the position of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, I say it is constitutional. If you go to the chapter 152 of the Constitution, it says that the cabinet shall consist of the president, the deputy president, the attorney general, and not fewer than 14 cabinet secretaries and not more than 22. So who is the cabinet secretaries? These are people who assist the president actually to execute or to perform his functions. So nowhere does the Constitution specify who are these cabinet secretaries. It specifies that they must be between 14 and 22. So if the president says, let me have a prime cabinet secretary. So there is prime and then cabinet is a cabinet secretary. So it's upon the president to arrange the function, the responsibilities of the cabinet secretaries. He may decide let one of them be above the others to assist the coordination and the
a point of order, please. A point of order.
Yes.
Please. Mr. Duke, please, Mr. Duke, you are out of order. Let me tell you, the Constitution as it is enacted from page 1, the first wording up to the last one, it operates like the Bible. When you add a thing or any -1 or +1, changes everything, changes the broth. So as you just read and mentioned very well about the cabinet secretary, you are very right. There is nowhere written on that, whatever the document you're reading, I don't know what you're reading, where it is written prime cabinet secretary. It is not there. Hence, it is unconstitutional. This position was created with an executive order. So I beseech you, my brother, to understand the difference between executive order and the Constitution. It is not one and the same. No, they're not. Neither are they brothers or sisters.
One is supreme, and that is constitution. And what we're saying, hold on, I'm done. What we're saying is not in the constitution. And by the way, Mr. Duke, you did not read to us here anywhere in the constitution, the copy that you're reading. There is nowhere written prime cabinet secretary. If there is, please, I beseech you to share. We will learn. Thank you.
And also, let me add on to that. Duke, I think Richard Makiadi was very discreet in what he asked you. Who's number one? Who's number two? And who's number three? Per the Constitution.
You see, that was question 2, and I was answering question 1. So, Adams, you are trying to say that the Constitution does not mention Prime Cabinet Secretary. Does the Constitution mention Treasury Cabinet Secretary or Finance Cabinet Secretary or Transport Cabinet Secretary? And if so, which article? Which article mentions specific cabinet secretaries?
Bro, Duke.
Can you specify them? No, I'm answering you now.
Oh,
okay. Let me answer.
Adams, mwache amalize tusikie.
There is nowhere where the cabinet secretaries are specified. What is specified is the number. It's upon the president to decide the number between 14 and 22, and it's upon the president to assign them functions. And they cannot have the same functions. You cannot say that the Minister for Defense is equal to the Minister of Sports, or the CS for Interior is the same as the CS for maybe gender. They can never be the same. Therefore, as per the Constitution, the president has freedom to select specific cabinet secretary who can assist, because he is a cabinet secretary. It's actually because that is the word behind, which is prime, but it is cabinet secretary, so it doesn't matter. Then number 2, who is the seniority from the president, the deputy, and then the speaker. So it's based on what? Because, for instance, if you are talking about the executive, and the speaker is not part of the executive, then the CS for the prime CS will be number 3. But if you are talking about in case the office of the president becomes vacant, then the speaker is number 3. So it will depend which category are you talking about. But I'm very upset with what
Duke, stop. You cannot tell us that our constitution does not even give a leeway, that there's a corner between number 2 and number 3. Who is number 1, number 2, number 3? Per the constitution, it doesn't matter what the president says. He's not the head of anything. The constitution is what talks. Who's number 1, 2, and 3? That can never change.
But it must be number 1, 2, 3 based on what? Because if, for instance, we have the 3 arms of the government.
Based on the Constitution, the Constitution speaks very well.
No. Hold on, guys. Mato, hold on. There's echo. There's a very bad feedback when we open our mics at the same time. So let's have one person finish, and then we can rebut on that. So go ahead, Duke.
So you are trying to say number 1, number 2. It depends on what you are talking about in regards to what. In regards to succession, or who becomes the president, or within the executive alone, or within parliament, or within the judiciary, or we are talking about the 3 arms of the government. So you can't just say number 1, 2, 3. There must be in relation to something. But also I want to attack in Ndeto. Ndeto, you are trying to say that Kenya will remain a third world and will treat monkeys and what? Something. You made a very bad statement in connection to Kenya or Africa, and I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I have to attack you. So what's a first and third world country? And who defines which country is first, second, or third? What was the origin of that classification? You know, the problem we have is that we start to consume specific information without scrutinizing the source or the genesis of that information. And if you trace the origin of the first word and those terms, it was just an article which was wrote by an individual in 1952, and he was trying to classify the countries. And if you read, for instance, if you try to search what's a first world country, which they say the first world country consists of the US and Western Europe and their counterparts. The second world countries entail the communist countries, and the third world are the rest. So that was in 1952. So you are trying to sing with that. So I'm very upset because some Africans, especially those who are in the diaspora, you go there and you accept to be recognized anew in a way. By that I mean maybe you know, you are colonized again in a way. If we are talking about the bills, the fraudulent expenses, we talk about the weather, we talk about the food, we talk about the social life. So from my perspective, you are recognized in a way. So I feel very bad when somebody talks that. Actually, for me, Africa is the first world country. It should be the first world continent because there are many areas where we are ahead. We're ahead of the US and we are ahead of the so-called first world countries. For instance, we have better climate. We have better social life. We have like a natural environmental setting. You know, first world, they are turning to natural settings. We have discovered that the artificial environment is destroying the earth. And there is a documentary which was, if you are talking about this first world because of healthcare, because of infrastructure, because of so and so, there was an article which was giving the information about the creatures in Amazon forests. And in Amazon forest, that's where the creatures live the longest lifespan. It's because that environment is natural. So don't try to talk about coming up with artificial mechanisms which creates healthy effects, and then you build an hospital, and then you say you are better than other countries. So you need to read about the history of these so-called first world countries. For instance, if you look about the history, especially of the way Africa was colonized, then you talk about racism in the US. For instance, I want to mention King Rehoboth II. He killed 10 million people in 5 years. And 5 million people, they were chopped their hands. In the US, in 1952, there was segregation in schools. So there were schools for the whites, and the schools for. And the Supreme Court said that that is illegal. But when the black students were trying to go to schools which were designated white facilities, they were shot, and a lot of black students were murdered because of that. That's in 1952. Some people who were doing that are alive, and now you go there and you are very comfortable, and you try to disregard your African identity. You demean the African continent. And you see now, maybe because you are paid $1,000 a week by working like a lot of hours, you think that is free, and you think that now you're okay, and you start. So I'm very upset with what Ndeta said, and then you should apologize by saying that Africa will remain monkeys and third world countries. Actually, you said Kenya. That's very bad, and I'm upset about that.
All right, we have new panelists, but before we go to Chaka, I'll give the old panelists here a minute each. Let me start with Misa. Just a minute, alafu tuende kwa new panelists.
Richie, I've been hit hard.
Yeah, I'll come to you.
You can go first. If Ndeto can't
right.
do it, let him go.
Mato,
and
in
then
a
I
minute.
come after you.
In a minute, Mato. Go.
Yeah, I've been hit hard. It's fine. I know the rest of the panelists here, some of them will say either agree with him or what. I don't think I'm Duke. You've hit me really hard. You've said some things that are deep, but I don't think today I'm in the position of trying to answer you with that, because I don't think it's in my position. If you don't understand what I said, that's fine. You can stay with what you want and the primitiveness that you were contradicting me about. But I'm telling you that there comes a time in life that you have to start, looking at things differently in life and not just looking at them the way you're looking at it. Personally, I don't want to answer that. I just want to agree with what you said. That's fine. If that's how you feel and that's how you feel Africa is going to go forward and Kenya is going to go forward, I'm going to leave that to you. Hiyo ni yako bana. Jieke, chapa yako, us will do what we'll do. But if you really want to sit down and see how Africa can move forward, and how, things can move forward and be where some things we think they should be, then maybe we will have a discussion another day. So I take a pass, but I had to tell you that for just that. Saizi nimenyamaza. Richie, the other guys will counter for me, but I had to tell him that I've heard him. I agree. Whatever you want to be agreed on. Sina siasa.
Okay, Safi Mise.
So I think I just wanted to correct my brother Duke. Duke, I agree with you on many issues, but I think you took Mato out of context. The truth is, Africa is still considered a country of the South. We cannot, not Africa, but Africa, let me say Africa as a continent, we are considered as countries of the South. And that being said, there are other indicators, and that, they look at the, the expenditure, the production approach, and the income, which would mean the total GDP of a country. We are not at par with the other countries that define themselves to the West. So if we go to that subject of discussion, you realize countries like Brazil, India, China, Russia have been struggling to also being recognized as superpowers, and they have not succeeded, and that's why they formed a bloc called the BRICS. So when we are saying that, the truth is we are struggling with issues of corruption, unemployment rate, food security. This, among other issues, are what is challenging. I think what Mato was imploring us to do is to love our country and being patriotic. If you are patriotic, it means you will not be corrupt because you put your country first. That is where I think you went wrong, and I think it's important that we correct you and bring you home. Thank you.
Thank you for the brief comments. Adams.
Yeah, thank you. I was laughing when Mato was rebuttaling, because for the first time I was just wondering, mine just three things. Number one, I was just wondering why Mato decided to concede to a utopia, knowing very well that's a utopia, and he concedes to it. Wonderful. Now, my point, Mr. Duke, let me just go back. It is not the way you're trying to tell the masses here to believe that it is constitutional. The cabinet secretary positions is constitutional, but it is not just being created out of a vacuum. This cabinet secretary is, let's use the traditional name that we knew, the ministers.
they are appointed, or rather go through that rigorous process to become one. And once the president appends his signature, there are dockets created by the constitution, and those dockets are called ministries. So a cabinet secretary do not exist in a vacuum. They are being created or elevated there to head ministries. And under those ministries, every ministry underneath, there is something called parastatal. So we have the parastatal. So that's how the government works. There's a way in which the government works. So you cannot just be, for example, the newest ministry that we had in Kenya is the Ministry of Devolution. That ministry had to be created first, is when we find the head of it, somebody who heads it, and now that is the cabinet secretary. So don't come here and tell us, these people are just the numbers, some numbers, the government, the president, the numbers, just they're the same, blah, blah, blah. There is nothing like prime cabinet secretary. That one we have to agree with you, me and you. Lastly, you add a point, but you're mixing up things. And it is really, really interesting that Mr. Duke, of all the people, your understanding of third and first world and the second world is just about some climate, some good weather in Mombasa and some rainfall in Mount Kenya and some hurricane in Texas and some snow in Alaska. That is your understanding of first and second world. And I thought you understand a lot of economics. The way I look at you, I didn't know that you are judging your judgment of how the worlds are classified. You don't understand the GDP. It is just about some weather and some climates and some manyunyus. Oh my goodness, boss. I'm very sure that you know the truth, Mr. Duke, but you are trying to lie to the masses. It is very unfortunate. Let's be articulate and go, if need be, we need to go into the nitty-gritties of certain issues, because we are here in this panel to teach the people, not just to pass the time. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Frederick. And for those who have come in a little bit late, I think you can do your submission within about 2.5 to 3 minutes so that we go to the last person.
Hey, how is everyone? It's good to be here.
Can you hear him? Frederick, ni kama utalog out uingie tena. I think you have an issue with your sound. Ama ni mimi peke yangu simsikii. I don't know.
Mi simsikii unless mtu mwingine
Okay,
anasema.
sawa. Freddy, hebu toka urudi tena. Wacha niende kwa jaribu ya log out alafu Chaka, najua uli drop, karibu. Chaka Mdune, unanisikia? Okay. Chaka unmute.
Hey, Mike. Mike yangu la sina shida gani?
Haya, sawa. Chaka, jaribu kutengeneza microphone. Ukitaka unaweza drop, nitakurudisha tu bado. Haya, wacha tuende kwa Disha.
Hey, how is everyone? Naona debate ya leo ni cabinet secretaries. I've been listening on the background mukidiscuss about the cabinet and the ones kama ya Musalia. I'm not sure about our position. I'm not sure about Musalia. And the president does not. The president does not. Mbona najisikia?
Ngoja.
Mbona najisikia?
Haya, endelea. I think Chaka ndiye ako na issue na microphone yake. Chaka, toka urudi, nitakurudisha. Endelea Disha.
I was just thinking about last time, the last government, there was a CS alikuwa anaitwa Tuju. He was a cabinet secretary without a portfolio. I don't know, was he vetted in the parliament? But I think the president has a leeway to appoint whoever he wants, but he has a limit of 20, is it 22? So the constitution limits the president to a number of 22, but he can do whatever he wants to do with the 22. He can decide today that he wants a portfolio called a cabinet secretary for politics. Interior. He can decide today we don't need a minister for interior. Tomorrow he says we don't need a minister for environment. So there is no restrictions on what ministries he needs to have or the cabinet secretaries he needs to have. But the constitution limits him to 22. So I don't know much about whether if he appoints Mudavadi and says he'll oversee the interactions between the other ministries. I don't know whether the parliament will approve because they need like 2/3, not a simple majority. So it is up to the parliament, but I think the president has a leeway to appoint wherever he wants as long as he sticks to the number 22. He can decide to choose whatever portfolio anataka. Akisema anataka hata minister ya nini, he can do whatever, but he limits to himself to 22. Yes. That is let me stop there for now.
Thank you, Disha. Unfortunately, I'll come back to you, but I would have wished you to tell us why is it not that we are not arguing about the other cabinet secretaries that are being vetted? Why are we very specific about the name prime cabinet secretary? Because we've been here before. Is this some kind of BBI that is being brought through the back door? Or, I mean, it is very simple to understand that when the president made the appointment or the proposal to appoint Musalia Mudavadi as a prime cabinet secretary, he knew that the person in the name of a prime cabinet secretary was not going to be your normal cabinet secretary. Now, the issue that we've been discussing here the whole night, back and forth, is where does the president derive the power in the constitution to appoint an extra executive officer in the Republic of Kenya? Because this is a new office with a person that holds power, immensely holds power, that are not common to the normal cabinet secretary. That is our biggest issue. And then reading what Mise was talking about here, the executive order, you will realize that in the absence of the president and the deputy president, then we have the prime cabinet secretary acting as the boss. Now our issue here is, do we circumvent the constitution and say that the prime cabinet secretary comes before the speaker of the National Assembly? Kuseo, karibu, good to see you.
Yes, how are you, Richie? Duke, how are you? Mise, we agreed you need to spell your name properly. Adams, Mato, Disha, Guru, and Chaka. Good evening to all of us.
Good evening, and why are you having four fingers pointing back at you when you're pointing me with one?
That is more or less like a parable. I hope you understand it. Now, what is not happening? Hello. Richie, are you reshuffling the cabinet or what are you doing?
No, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
I think you are reshuffling the cabinet.
Somebody might have touched the wrong button. Lakini endelea.
I was saying that the constitution gives the basis upon which a government, or call it the cabinet, should be set up. But it also gives a lot of leeway exactly how they want to, how, let's say, the president may want to do it. He has a lot of free hand, except that he has a lot of freedom in giving the names, describing them. But you do realize that the entire cabinet normally tends to accommodate issues of governance in what you can refer to as a country, a republic. And those issues basically, if you start from the olden times, you'll be talking about civilization, governance, human rights, communication, technology, health, industrialization, trade, environment, and climate. Basically around that. Now, depending on who the president is, you'll find that he can give them whatever names he likes. The constitution does not insist on specific names, so long as the thematic areas are covered. Now, that is as far as it goes. Now, based on which ministries which one ranks where, again, that depends entirely on the person constituting the cabinet. Now, all the cabinet under the constitution, all the ministries are the same. Believe me, even the one for Mudavadi now, the prime PS, that is just a name. And it should be of concern to Mudavadi that for what the president said that he is third in command to hold any order, what it means is that there are the issues of reporting lines. The cabinet answers to who? They answer to the president. And under the constitution, the president is deputized by the deputy president. And that is as far as it goes. If you want to know that what Mudavadi is having is hot air, just ask yourself, people like the Kipchumba Murkomens, the Wahomes, the Duales, who are they answerable to? The appointing authority. They answer to the president. As much as the president wants to say that Mudavadi has the role of coordinating the ministries, especially the commissions, the independent commissions. The truth of the matter is that none of those cabinet secretaries answers to Mudavadi. And the answer to the deputy president, as far as him representing, stepping in the shoes of the president as a principal assistant is concerned. So Mudavadi is floating nowhere. In fact, as somebody almost inclined, you may well find that Mudavadi is a minister without portfolio. Remember, even in terms of pay and what have you, he's on same salary level with all the other ministries. It's only the deputy president who is different here, because he is recognized in the constitution and he answers to the president. He answers to the president. Remember, as I've said, none of the other ministers, as much as Mudavadi, according to the president, ranks third in his line, they do not answer to Mudavadi. They do not answer to Mudavadi. And then secondly, remember the ministries are all going to have a number of the thematic areas I've just talked about. In other words, their ministries are going to have those budgets, projects, and developments encompassing the entire country. Mudavadi, I wonder whether basically is that coordinating role. I wonder what sort of a budget. You cannot even compare that Mudavadi as PS okay, prime secretary, the budget they will have, you can't even compare with the budget for the Ministry of Water. And even in terms of staffing levels, you'll find that it is, I think, to say the least, it's just a ministry without portfolio. It's just some administrative aspect there. But when you go outside the country, outside the executive, the people know when you tell the country that the third in command is so and so, there is no way the prime cabinet secretary can go over the speaker. That is as far as it goes. That is the reality. Wachana na hizi zingine maneno ya politics and what have you. The chain of command in the country, the pecking order is just that. There is no way you can slot in Mudavadi there. And another thing, Mudavadi will have to be accommodated within the authorized 22 ministries. Ministers. And all those ministers under the constitution are the same. Now, you may quickly go back to what happened when Matiang'i was there. That was, you can call it teamwork. And there is always the first among equals. Now, Nani, what do you call it? You realize that right now it is Gachagua who is going to be chairing those cabinet committees. Mudavadi is responsible for coordinating the overlapping ministries and the independent commissions. So in terms of, again, answering, everybody answers to the president. And even nobody from what I saw, from what the president did, it's like in this coordination, there are no reports generated in that coordination role, which ends up with the president. It is the reporting lines and minutes comes from Gachagua'S side. So if you look at it in detail, you find that Mudavadi's role literally is hanging somewhere in there. Hanging in some, there are no, call it constitutional or functional roles as such, which the cabinet will be expecting from Mudavadi, assuming Mudavadi does not do whatever he's doing. Under the management rules and procedures, what reports would be generated from there? You find when it comes to that, the reports are cabinet committees. The reports come from Gachagua, chaired by Gachagua, now to the main cabinet or to the president. And that really is what leaves Mudavadi's position really circulating. So in terms of vetting, what can be imagined is that you have a ministry called Prime Cabinet Secretary, a ministry called Prime Cabinet Secretary. The roles and the functions are as described by the president. Not prime in the sense that he's prime over the others, but that is the name, just like you can say Ministry of Interior and Coordination of Government Affairs. You remember at some point, the Ministry of Interior used to be just referred to as Home Affairs. Home Affairs was present in all the government ministries. But it again depends on how the president has decided to itemize them. What falls under this Ministry of Home Affairs? This Prime Cabinet Secretary, there are two main things, according to what the president said, which falls under Mudavadi. They are what? Coordinating. There are certain areas which overlap between this ministry to the other ministry. So where that is the case, Mudavadi will be responsible for those overlapping roles to coordinate them. And then also at the same time to coordinate the independent commissions in as far as they affect the various ministries. So look at it as a ministry on its own, not in terms of pecking order. But if it is created by the Constitution, then it will be vetted as the president has created it. Now you do remember that the CAS positions which have been created in the past, the reason why they were being declared unconstitutional was because they said there was lack of public participation. Now that there is public participation, it means that President Ruto can actually go with them, so long as they are advertised by the Public Service Commission and they follow the procedure. They were not illegal. What was illegal was how they were created. So if they correct that, and I think that's what the court had asked, if they correct that, they'll just be acceptable. So CASS would be acceptable so long as what the court had requested has been followed. Public participation. Thank you.
Guru, hold on a minute. Chaka onge kitu. Naona kuna shida ya connection, so probably at a drop kabla onge. Go ahead, Chaka. Chaka, unmute your microphone.
Oh, ni mnanipata sasa?
Yeah, uko sawa. Endelea.
Yes, Makiadi, Miss UK Duke, Guru, habari. Mimi sitakuwa mrefu. Unaona leo upande wangu kuna network issue. But kutokana na mambo haya ya CS, kile ambacho mimi nitakizungumzia zaidi ni ofisi ya Chief Cabinet Ministers. Kwa sababu nimesikia wengine wanasema ni sawa, president ana uhuru wa kutengeneza hiyo, lakini kuna maswali yenye aliulizwa hapo na mimi sijaona nikipata jibu ambalo ni mwafaka, kwamba hata tukiwa huku Kenya tunaweza ona kweli ni sawa, kwa sababu ofisi ambazo zina ushawishi wa juu kiasi kwamba rais anapokuwa na tatizo ama makamu rais, basi mimi najua kwamba ofisi ya tatu chini haswa ni ya speaker, inafuatwa ni ya deputy president, juu inafuatwa ni ya rais, ndio ambaye iko juu. So hii yenye imetengenezwa ya Chief Cabinet Minister, je, ni ofisi gani hii? Iko ndani ya katiba yetu? Na kama haiko ndani ya katiba yetu, je, mbona ni kama kwamba ina hold the fourth ofisi ya 4 kuu zaidi? Je, kikatiba ni sawa? Pili, mtaniruhusu kidogo Magiadi nizungumze ukweli ambao mimi niliuchunguza na nimeuona, kwa sababu utaniruhusu tu kidogo nirudi kwa siasa kana ili kusikili nijaribu kuweka hii submission yangu vizuri, kwamba wakati wa kampeni ilikuwa kwamba sisi si watu wa kupanga na kugawana mamlaka na vyeo. Na wakati wa BBI watu walipinga kabisa kwamba hii haina faida kwetu, kwa sababu ni sababu ya kugawana tu mamlaka na vyeo, kutafutiana hayo maofisi mengine. Nafikiri ilikuwa kauli yetu ya Kenya Kwanza sana tu, jambo ambalo ni sija expect sasa hivi watu wangangane kuitafutia mahali kwa kuilocate hii, hata kufia mahali kwa vetting, kwa sababu kama ni hivyo basi wenye kungangana na kungangana na mamlaka na kugawana vyeo, basi ni hii serikali yenye iliponda wenzi wao kwamba nyinyi ni watu ambao mnangangana mamlaka, hamna mpango, sisi tuko na mpango, kwa sababu kikatiba ofisi ni 3 tu kuu ndio zinaruhusu. Na hii ingine inatokea wapi hii ya chief minister? Ama ni kwa sababu mzee alikuwa Mudavadi alikuwa amekosa sehemu ya kuwa located? Pili, ambapo nikimalizia submission yangu, turudi katika majukumu ya deputy president na chief cabinet minister. Ina maana deputy atakuwa ndio mwenye kutafuna tu, Mudavadi ajue kumeza? Hatuoni kwamba hawa watu watagongana baadaye, kwa sababu roles na majukumu yenye wanafanya yanawiana. So my question is, hawa watu hawatakuja kugongana kule kwamba mimi ndio nilifanya hivi na yule anasema mimi ndio nilifanya hivi tukiendelea mbele? kwa sababu sijaona haya majukumu yakiwa mbali sana ya hizi ofisi mbili. Kwa hivyo nahitaji kupata majibu ili kusudi labda pengine ni usomi uchache nipate kuambiwa, lakini hivyo ndivyo ninavyoona. Asanteni.
Asante sana Chaka. Tuna wachanganuzi hapa ambao wana tajriba ya juu. Watatueleza tofauti ya majukumu haya. Kwa mfano, kuna Guru hapa. Karibu Guru. Jua Guru amechambua haya majukumu ya Prime Cabinet Secretary na naibu wa rais, labda atatueleza tofauti ni gani. Guru, karibu.
Asante. Habari yenu nyote. The vetting of the CSS. For me, this is just PR. I have not known anybody who has appeared before the parliamentary committee since this system was introduced and was rejected. It's more of a political process than anything else. If the rights of HSA, a standard 6 dropouts, could be vetted and get CS position in the previous government, then what will stop anybody from getting that position among those who are being interviewed right now? If we are dropping every corruption case, it means we have stepped down on chapter 6 of the Constitution. It no longer matters what your reputation is. What matters is the numbers that will put you in there when you go to parliament. So let the MPs who are in the committee interviewing panel and their sitting allowances, and we move on. I think the least said on that one, from my part, the better. Okay, now on the issue of Billionaires cabinet, it is very clear that one of the most lucrative ventures in Kenya is politics, because our politics is intertwined with business. Politicians go to occupy vintage positions in government so that they can enhance their business or that of their cronies. So it's no wonder that these people have accumulated huge amounts of wealth. Nobody among those talking of big monies will tell you the kind of import-export business they are in, or they'll point out huge agricultural enterprise that they have. And those who have, it's just a camouflage in most cases. It's not the main income earner. So when you hear somebody saying he has 1 billion in assets or whatever, it's only in Kenya that politicians are the most rich people, maybe across the world. Why? Because these positions give you an opportunity to mop up public funds and do yourself good by investing in whatever areas that you feel you can make money. So it's no wonder these are billionaires cabinets. Beyond the so-called hustlers now can be able to relate very well whether they are in the same class with these people, because the underlying principle was that this government would be formed by Mama Mboga and Boda guys. We are now seeing the Boda and Mama Mboga revealing their huge wealth to the public. And I believe what they are saying is just perhaps even a quarter or even an eighth of what they have. They are not saying the whole story. You cannot tell me that somebody like the person who now will become our Attorney General, within 1 year, he has doubled his wealth. If you go by his previous pronouncements. Anyway, that is Kenya for you, and that's the way it is. Then the Gachagua case, it is a pattern. It's not new. It was expected. And it's just a matter of time. This actually is a soft way of saying the case is finito. It's finished. It's done. The next communication is that no evidence was found. And that's it. Freedom will be coming home. And as it did come home for many. So for the hustlers who are running around the streets talking about freedom, it's only that they do not understand the kind of freedom that was being talked about. It was freedom of the political class from being held accountable for their actions in the past. So that is basically what it is. And it's very interesting because in the last few weeks, the cases that have been dropped and that are lined up to be dropped could only mean two things: that the judiciary was engaged in political witch hunt in the past, or has been severely compromised to have a selective, selective action on cases depending on which political formation you are aligned to. A very sad affair, if you ask me, because what it does is to undermine the judicial system in Kenya. Nobody will have a confidence that there is justice that is dispensed, that justice depends on which side you support in government at any one time, and that politics now has become a way of hiding your past evil deeds. And that is why our politics will remain a do or die affair, not because it is a fight to have good policies for the people, but it is an elite game to try to escape from a judicial system, to protect wealth, and to accumulate more. Let me stop there, Mr. Makiandi.
Okay, I can see hands. Let me start with Mise. He's been quiet for a while, and then I'll come to you, Osher.
Thank you very much, Bwana Guru. Asante sana kwa sababu ya Bwana Chaka huwa anasema tuzungumze kwa lugha zote, lakini kwa sababu yake anapenda kuzungumza Kiswahili. Naomba tu niulize Bwana Guru kwa utaratibu na kwa upole hivi kwamba nakuuliza Bwana Guru, je, serikali Rais William Ruto aliposema hii serikali itakuwa ya mama mboga, mwana bodaboda na wananchi wa kada ya chini, je, nakuuliza wewe, katika kuelewa kwako, ulikuwa unatarajia hao wana bodaboda wapatikane, waende pale bungeni, waende pale, wakuwe pale State House, wawe katika kila ofisi ya serikali. Kuelewa kwako, je, ni kupi? Kwa sababu wewe unaposema kwamba the wealthier continues to accumulate wealth and the poor continues to be poor, ningependa sana unielezee hilo, kwamba kuelewa kwako kulikuwa kupi, kwa sababu hivi sasa wewe unasema kwamba hujaona mwana mama mboga na mwana bodaboda akiwa amenufaika kutokana na hizi appointment.
Kabla Guru ajibu hiyo,
Okay.
Ngoja Guru, dakika moja Hosea akuulize, sijui kama pia yako na swali kwako.
Yeah, Makiadi pia ukumbuke Ndeto kuna swali niliuliza ukamweka kando na hajajibu.
Yeah, tutamfikia
okay.
hapo.
Richie, what I wanted to say is, first of all, I think kuna swali Chaka was waiting for. Chaka, is that correct? Chaka, can you hear? You remember?
Yeah.
Endelea Hosea. He's here.
I think the issue was raising was the position of the prime cabinet secretary. Now, I'll just go once again on how the cabinet is created. I said that the names can be anything. The roles can be distributed anyhow. Or it all depends on who is the president. Now, there is nothing chief cabinet secretary or prime cabinet secretary under the constitution. But the reason why the president will get away with it is because he can name anything. Now, you remember when Matiang'i was under that executive order, Matiang'i was somehow allocated the roles which were hitherto performed by the deputy president. If you all remember what happened in the past, that is why Matiang'i was regarded as he was. It was not that he was more cabinet secretary than anyone else, no. It's because those roles he was doing, for example, chairing the cabinet committees. Before then, they were done by the deputy president, some of them. Now, when you give them to Matiang'i, that is why in the eyes of the believers or the eyes of the public, he was hired, it was seen. In fact, the word chief cabinet secretary, it is the public that gave him. President Uhuru did not give Matiang'i any such title, no. He just described the roles he was going to perform. But for those who could see further, those roles were hitherto performed by the deputy president. Now, in the case of Mudavadi, the story is entirely different. He's given a name which gives the impression he's high above the other cabinet secretary. When the matter on the ground is not so, because why? The cabinet committees are still chaired by the deputy president, like in the past. Matiang'i was chairing those cabinet secretary committees, and of course supervising and conducting reports on projects which were undertaken by the various ministries. Now, this time round, those cabinet secretaries, those projects under the various ministries, they are still done by the deputy, by Gachagua. And that is why Mudavadi is just by name, because he is having no roles which make him rank over and above the other cabinet secretaries. And as I've told you, all the cabinet secretaries still answer to the president, just like Gachagua also answers to the president. So then if you look at it, then you see where issues are. I think Chaka was saying that there are going to be a lot of clashes between Gachagua and Mudavadi. I think the answer is yes. You have seen what has happened with the offices. Already, the issue of the offices, office space alone, tells you what's going on. You can see what's going on. So that is expected. How the issues will be smooth and will depend on how the president treats the cases. Now there is the issue of vetting, which Richie, you'll allow me to comment on that. The vetting, eventually these issues will go to Parliament, and I think I want to correct, I think Duke or was it Mise? It is going to be simple majority in Parliament. It is not 2/3. It's a simple majority to approve any cabinet nominee. Now, my last issue is on the judiciary and on the independence, the DPP and the withdrawal of the cases. If you check what the Constitution expects, the files for prosecution are prepared by the authorities of DCI and the EACC. They are the people who collect the evidence. Once they have collected the evidence, they take it to the DPP. The DPP is supposed to do a review of those cases and see if there is a case to sustain a case in the judiciary, in the courts. If he is satisfied that the evidence collected is not sufficient, he is supposed to either ask them to investigate further or to drop the cases altogether, just say that we can't proceed. Now, the cases are in court because at some point, the DPP, who is supposed to be an independent office, found that there was a case. There were cases and evidence to sustain those issues in court. And that is why I think the Law Society cannot take it that, how can you withdraw them? Unless you have been taking Kenyan for a ride. Like somebody was saying, if he is not careful, the public may actually go to demonstrate for his incompetence to be removed. He should not have allowed cases to be in court for 2, 3, 4 years. Cases which he himself is the one who pushed through, and now turn around. He has been taking Kenyan for a ride. It should not be a simple matter. The independence of the judiciary, where is it? The independence of the Department of the Public Prosecution Director, rather, where is it? Now, if there is pressure from other quarters, the challenge is there for everybody to see. But I don't think the matter will end up easily. Thank you.
Okay, Guru, you can respond to the question from Mise.
Mise, asante sana kwa hiyo swali, lakini nataka kujulisha kwamba inaonekana kutokana na mafikira yako ni kwamba mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda hawakusoma. Wacha nikwambie kwamba Wakenya wengi ambao wanafanya mama mboga na wanafanya bodaboda ni watu wamesoma, kiasi kwamba wakipatiwa kazi kwa serikali wanaweza fanya. Kwa hivyo nikikuelewa zaidi ni kwamba mafikira yako ni kwamba hawa ni watu chafu, watu ambao hakusoma na ambao hawawezi kufanya kazi ya ofisi ama kazi ya serikali. Hiyo ni mafikira mbaya ambayo haina msingi hata kidogo. Kwa hivyo kulingana na ile ahadi walipatiwa ni kwamba pale katika mama mboga na watu ya bodaboda kungetoka watu viongozi ambao wangeingia kwa serikali, sababu waliambiwa hii serikali wataunda pamoja. Lakini sasa ni kinyume, hakuna mtu yoyote tunaona pale, na saa hii hata ile mwanya imekuwa kubwa zaidi, kwamba wale walikuwa wanaita dynasty nadhani walikuwa hata afadhali, kwa sababu sasa wanaona kwamba tofauti yao na hawa wanajipatia vyeo ni kubwa sana zaidi, kwa sababu hata ile walikuwa wanatarajia maisha yao iwe nafuu haijakuwa, na ile mahandi za kuwa maisha itakuwa afadhali kulinganisha na ile serikali ambayo walisema ilikuwa ya dynasty, hata sasa ndio maisha imekuwa hata mbaya zaidi kulingana na bei ya bidhaa, na pia hata kuwasiliana na wao ni wametelekezwa, wameachwa huko peke yao, wanaongea huko kwa vijiji wakiwa peke yao, wakishtuka na mshtuko kubwa kwamba serikali ambayo iliwaahidi mambo mingi wamekimya, wamekaa kimya, wakati wengi watu wanalala njaa. Sasa ile iko ni kwamba ndio uliona mzee alipotokea vijana walimzingira, kwa sababu sasa wameanza kuona walidanganywa, na ukidanganya mtu ambaye anajaa, usifikiri kwamba atakuwa rafiki yako kwa muda mrefu. Hiyo haiwezekani. Kwa hivyo mise, tulia kidogo, mambo bandu. Hii vita ya maisha ya vijana ili wapate maisha bora ni kuanza imeanza, na UDA walipatiwa hiyo nafasi, lakini inaonekana ni kama haina nia ya kufanya vile waliambia mahaslas, na indications ni kwamba hata moja ama mbili ya mama mboga ama bodaboda hakujumuishwa kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni ukweli, hakuna jambo pale ya kupinga, hiyo ni kweli, na tunangojea tu tuone ile inachemuka ndani ya hawa vijana. Asante.
Mkiadi, naomba tu niulize dakika moja. Lakini Guru, na wewe unatudanganya sana. Wewe Guru, wewe ukiangalia katika maisha yako, wewe ni mama mboga, wewe ni baba mboga ama bodaboda, ukiangalia katika hiyo classification. Na kama ni hivyo, wewe umeapply ile kazi Musalia Mudavadi alinominatiwa. Wewe uliweka jina yako ukaambiwa wewe Guru, wewe ni mama mboga, huwezi ukajumuishwa hapa, kisha ikapewa Musalia Mudavadi ili upate kusema umenyimwa hiyo nafasi.
Sasa hata njia ya kuweka barua kwa meza utapitia wapi? Pili, saa hii unajua kwamba umesikia hata mambo ya Hustler Fund vile itakuwa, si ati vile ilikuwa inasemekana utapitia kwa CDF unapewa pesa. Wewe enda sikiza vile waliambiwa, na kuna clause hapo imewekwa kwamba utaweza kufungwa usiporudisha pesa ya serikali kwa miezi 6 ukiwa defaulter. Kwa hivyo wacha tusindanganye wananchi hapa na maneno tamu ili tupate kura, halafu tunawaterekesha. Hii ndio wakati tutaona. Unajua Kenya ni katika kidemokrasia tunaendelea tukijifunza vile mambo huwa, lakini vijana wale tuko nao saa hii ni vijana waelefu, wanajua mtu anawandanganya, anaweza kukupea nafasi aone ile umemwambia kama itakuwa, lakini ukishaterekesha yeye na yeye anakuterekesha. Hapo ndio tunaelekea, ndugu yangu.
Okay, sawa, wacha nipatie nafasi Chaka kwanza, alafu nikuje kwa Mato.
Asante Makiedi kwa kunipa nafasi juu bundle zetu nizo za kubangaiza maisha, unajua huku kwetu Kenya yalivyo. So ndio maana tulikuwa na wasiwasi nisije nikayabakisha ndani ya moyo zikikatika, lakini wewe nimelitoa lidu kuduku. Kwanza nikushukuru Guru, pande mwingine umenijibu sasa hivi nilikuwa nahitaji, kwa sababu umedescribe ile picha yenye iko hapa. Vile pia huyu anaitwa ni Usizi ama ni UKCZ, unajua kusoma pia ni balaa, but pia congratulations my brother, umenijibu vizuri. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba kuseo, yes exactly, haitoki tena sasa. So nadhani ni lazima tuzungumze hapa ukweli. Lengo la hii panels, mimi siku zote nasema ni kuelimisha, ni kuelimisha jamii na kuona ukweli mahali upo. Jambo kama ni zuri tuseme ni zuri wote, jambo kama ni baya tuseme hili jambo ni baya. So kutokana na picha yenye ipo, nichukulia tu mfano wa Waluke mwenyewe yuko na miaka 65 alafu amefungwa tena miaka 67 gerezani, na ni kesi ambayo ilikuwa pale na kuna wengi walikuwa pale, na hiyo judiciary hiyo tunayezungumzia, lakini unakuta kesi za wauaji bado ziko zimetolewa na watu bado wako kwenye kazi kwa sababu walisupport upande mwingine. Inauma na si njia sahihi ya kuelekea kwamba once ukisupport serikali, wewe sasa una uzima wa milele, wewe sasa ndio uko katika nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Hii Kenya haifai tuipeleke hivyo, na hapa ndipo ambapo kunaonyesha udhaifu mkubwa wa serikali tulionayo sasa, kwamba ipo kulipiza visasi kiaina tu, kwamba wanakurambisha, wanakufunga nguo ya macho usione, kitabu kijo kikumbuka shuka, basi saa 12 kumekucha, na hatufai kuelekea hapa. So it's you Mise, it's you Duke na wengine, tusimame kwenye the right. Hapa hatuko kwenye siasa, tuko katika uhaki wa maneno na picha vile zilivyo. So guys, mimi naomba tu ndugu zangu, kama jambo ni zuri tuzungumze hili ni zuri, na kama lina udhaifu wote tulipinge kwa kauli moja, but tusi expect zaidi. Tutakuwa na vitimbi mpaka mwisho, kwa sababu dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, na siku njema huonekana usubuhi. Mimi nikianzia hapa market, kama utakumbuka kauli zangu, mimi nilisema tu plani iko hapa, kwa hii serikali iko hapa ni kukapcha vitu vitatu. Akishavitia mkononi vile tu, hatutakuwa na usemi, tutarudi pale pale kwa sawa mzee, kwamba atakapcha judiciary. Nilizungumza for the first nikiwa katika hii panel, judiciary iwe haina usemi tu, na kuikapcha ni kama vile alivyosema, mimi ninawatilia pesa hapo kwenu. Hiyo pesa ikiingizwa pale, wewe utamwambiaje mtu huyu ni mbaya wakati kuna hela unaiona hapa? Na sisi wa Kenya tunaumizwa na hela hata kuliko ni kitu kingine. Kwa hivyo lazima kitu cha kwanza capture judiciary, tena akarudi kwa parliament kwamba lazima miswada yote ikipitia pale, mimi nihakikishe kwamba naungwa, kwa sababu wote ni sawa mzee. The other thing ambayo tamaliza ni security. Akishaika huko, sisi wa Kenya tutakuwa wapi? Niliyazungumzia haya mapema kwa sababu nilijua tu yatatokea moja baada lingine. So guys, tusisupport mahali ambapo hatusupport. Hapendi. Kuna uchafu tunaoana machoni kabisa. Tusipo rectify hapa na kusimama kauli moja, guys, hatuna mali tunaelekea. Tutakuwa hapa tunavutana tu, tunamsupport mtu hata kama ana uwezo, tunaona ni uwezo, bado tunamsupport kwa sababu tunatekwa. Hapana. Mimi ningezungumzia hapo market.
Haya, asante sana Chaka kwa maoni yako. Wacha nisonge kwa Mato.
Chaka, nashukuru sana kukuona. Najua tuliongea story ya ile siku nyingine tulipatana hapa tukaongea siku Hustlers Fund na tukaongea hizo mambo, but allow me guys to tell you something. World over, no government has ever given anyone anything. The best they do is they actually help you to move on, and you find places like Switzerland, or the places where you have free education, which we have tried and we did at the time of the serikali ile mnasemanga ya nusu mkato, however you want to say it, ile Raila na Kibaki. Yeah, we did achieve actually having free primary education, other than kulipia mtoto to buying their uniform na vitu kama hizo, but we did achieve something that has never been achieved in African countries, to have free education. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be a devil's advocate today. There's nothing the government will ever give you. A government does not give. A government makes your work easier. It makes infrastructure, it makes education and the social fabric of a community. When you see, and that goes to also where you have the social funds and social securities where you saved, you've already given the government the money so that when you retire, they give you back, which we already have in Kenya, actually. I don't think a lot of people understand that in Kenya already today, the old people get some money. You're sitting there expecting and being lied by these people, that people who come over and tell you, oh, we'll give you this, oh, to Metenga, we have this and that, we'll give you that and this and this. But there's nothing that you're going to get from that. Your success is bound by your effort with the help and the infrastructure of the government. One thing, and me personally, I never loved Uhuru whatsoever. I never voted for him. I have never voted for him. Even he's retired without me voting for him or even liking him until the ends. His second term, I started seeing what he's doing because I traveled and I saw it and I could see the difference. You know, Kitambo, when Kibaki was there, we used to talk about Thika Highway. That's the only thing we talked about. It opened up that side. But now, the last time I went, man, you could see unaangalia kuna Mombasa huko Watamu, if they watu kinachaka here, they will tell us. You know, you will see the highways huko. You come back to Nairobi, you see that. You go to Kisumu, you see that. You go to Central, you see that. The infrastructure, what does that do to you? It makes you want to work hard and in what you have, because what I want to do is not what Richard Makiadi wants to do. But what Richard Makiadi wants to do will need transport and will need to go somewhere. And what I want to do will be there. I mean, I'll still use the same infrastructure. So infrastructure is such a big thing that makes you work what you want to work, whether you are a farmer, whether you are a what, whether, I mean, I don't need, if I'm a cattle, kama nafanyanga business ya cattle na kufanya ni, I don't need fertilizer. What I need is, nikichinja ng'ombe leo nitaenda kuuza wapi? Zitafika zikiwa on time or not? That's why Miraa cars used to, inaweza kupita na wewe kwa barabara hapo Embu. Itapita na wewe. Why? Because they're rushing to get to the airport before ianze kuganda. And that's why they have somebody behind ndio yeye atadili na makarao. If we have good infrastructure, if we have good systems, if we have everything, because that's what that's the tax that we give the government so that they can enable us to open ourselves in what we do, whether you are a businessman, whether you are a farmer, who you are, whether you are an economist, who you are, that's what it is. And I don't need any government. Chuck, I think we spoke about this. Tuliongea kitu siku nyingine. I don't need any government.
Kabisa.
Yeah, I don't need a government to save for me. I need to be able to save for myself. I need to be able to open up my business and be a part of the economy, a part of the system. And the reason while I'm doing this, I'm paying taxes to my government to make it easier for me to do what I am doing. You see? So I need people to, I'm frustrated because I don't think people really understand what a government and governance is there for. And I think we're walking in a different trajectory, Makiadi, if you forgive me. People don't understand that the government is not there to give you things, to give you money, to give you all this, is there to enable you that it becomes okay for you in what you're doing. The more we keep on depending on the government, the more the people that go into the government start realizing that, because I'm in the government now, these people, now they look at me as a king, as a queen, and whatever, they will just bow down to everything that we do. And the more the people who are the ones employing them start being so dogo sana kwao that mtu anaweza hata kuchapa kofi kwa sababu yeye ni mheshimiwa, and then you call him mheshimiwa. What mheshimiwa? There's no mheshimiwa. That's your employee. He's a public servant. And I cannot wait, and I hope it happens in my generation, that people start understanding that when you go there, you're going as a public servant. Now, when you have a place that, hey, nani hapa hivi ashaiua mtu na akaenda scot free? If there's one, lift your hand. You will see them uko. Why? Because they say, oh, tunadlemewa. And that is what Kina Ruto actually went with. They went, oh, tunagongwa because anybody that associates with Ruto, sijui anafanyiwa nini, amewekewa makesi. Now they are wanatupa hizo makesi sasa, wakisema heti, oh, hizo zilikuwa makesi za kuwekewa. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuja kuwekea kesi ya milioni moja kama ujeguza milioni moja. They're guilty. And they're using it. And that's what he used. And let me tell you the truth. Because most of Kina Ruto na Gachagua, what ni the Moi era's time was the national cake. Ni time yetu ya kukula, ni time yenyu ya kukula. This is what it is. And let me tell you what is actually happening. It is the cartel industry, another cartel that you guys talk about. This is a whole different of cartel, a cartel with power. And what it is, they're going to eat everything because they're going to run every money, every business, and everything that has to be run in Kenya. Today, let me tell you, Chaka, if you want to go start a company somewhere, you'll be utakanyago wambiwe lazima ulipe sijui hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. It becomes a cartel thing because you control everybody. You have the power. You can do this. But I don't believe it's gonna be for so long, because I think Africans are becoming smarter every day and every day and every day. That's what the colonizers used, and then we moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. But today, people are becoming smarter and smarter. And there's people who have gone through that and even moved out, people like Kina Makiadi who have gone out there. If you bring Makiadi back to Kenya today, Makiadi hata kanyagiwa chini. And that's why it's so hard to kanyagia people like Kina Ledama or Kina, because they've been out there. And that's why when you find people like Kina Uhuru who are there, yes, Uhuru is a soft guy, kidogo. He was a soft guy, kidogo, but at least I'm telling you, in the next, when everything dust is settled down, people will start saying, Uhuru alifanya kitu. Because in his time, I have seen how much Kenya has changed, even though I was not part of it. And I'm begging Kenyans, whoever are listening to us, stop being blind. Stop waiting for anything from this government. Push them to help you make what you want. No government will ever give you money. Hakuna pesa ya bure, because your pesa ni yako. You have to work hard to give them so that they can give you the infrastructure to make the business that you want to make, or to go to school, or to give you a subsidy for you going to school, which is help loans na vitu kama hizo. And let's hold our government accountable. Richie, I'm personally saying, everybody, let's work hard, bring our country up. But let's hold our government accountable to help us in what we are trying to do, in all the talents that we have. Be there. Kama mimi msanii, tafadhali nitengee mali naweza enda pale nifanye usanii yangu. I can book for it, I can pay for it, I earn my money, I pay for the license for that day. That license itafanyia mtu mwingine, but we're not gonna sit down alafu tuambie sasa mnakuja kudanganywa ati sijui mama mboga mama. Hakuna mama mboga mama nini man, mama mboga mama, that's a business person, you know, that's a business person. Hakuna mama mboga mama ati sijui bodaboda. Bodaboda hata tumezijua juzi tu, hazikuwa na zinaharibu kwanza hata Kenya wengine. I mean Nairobi, kila mahali wanapita huko wanagongwa, wanaharibu gari ingia mtu, wanafanya nini and all that. Those are business people trying to do something. That's not the economy that we want in our country, or we want to be recognized with, of mama mboga, boda boda. That's not the economy that we want to be recognized with. We want to be recognized as businessmen. Those people are business people. Let's build our nation that we can be competitive with the whole world, US, UK, everywhere. We become competitive. The only way we can do that is to stop feeling sorry about ourselves, but holding our government accountable. And the bad apples gotta go. That's what it is. But right now, what we're doing, we're letting the bad apples actually not even rot the good ones, but actually take over. Me personally, I'm asking for Kenyans to be vigilant and think outside the box and stop thinking that a government can help you with anything. A government will not help you. It will facilitate what you're thinking in life and what you're doing for you to be where you are. Thank you, Richie.
All right. Thank you, Mato. I want to go to Duke, but I'm looking at our time here and imeenda sana. I know Guru squeeze mnamisi ile masaa ya mapema, but unfortunately sometimes we are strapped because of time. I want to start at least taking our closing remarks here. And I want to begin with Duke. I want you, Duke, to tell me, are you confident with the judiciary as it stands right now? Are you concerned about these cases that we are seeing being dropped every day, for lack of a better term to call, lack of evidence in quotes? So are you confident with the judiciary? And number two, I want to ask you, if you're in the vetting panel today and Aisha Jumwa and Mythical Inturi came before you for vetting, would you vote for them as you make your closing remarks?
Regarding the dropping of the cases, first of all, we should have like a past perspective of what has been conclusively executed within the judiciary. And from that, we can say. So we have previous instances or cases where people mentioned the case stays court for 2 years, 3 years, and nothing comes out of it. What I can say is this: I want cases to be conclusively tackled and in a quick way. Because if we find we have like cases taken in courts forever, no evidence, nothing, so that's not justice. And I don't want us to dwell in the past, because I think we should have like a declaration and a new start. Maybe if we can say, for instance, we will, as we put the previous cases aside, or give time for the investigations, we should actually have a new beginning and saying from today moving forward, we are not going to tolerate and corruption. We are not going to do the things as usual. So through that, that's why we can try to change this country, because most of you, any person, any Kenyan who has encountered corruption or the way systems work, it is very difficult to trace people. For example, there was, most of you remember about Toto Man, what he was portrayed as a very bad person. The individual was killing people, murdering people, but it's the person who was behind. There was somebody who was giving orders. So the same, it happens, for instance, you are saying what, because you find that it's a chain of individuals and institutions, and it starts from the top. So that trying to trace money, trying to trace an individual, it's impossible. And with the modern systems, people can steal without trace. So we need to have a new start, and we forgive, because if, for instance, you have the history of Africa, if you talk when we were colonized, you assess the resources which were taken out of Africa, gold, precious metals, etc. There are some to trillions of money, and that's the difference between us and those countries which are calling them the first world countries. But we are not going to ask them to give us back. It's impossible even to get that. So I think as we have forgotten about the resources which were taken, rooted from Africa, and the injustices, it's time for us to stop living the past, trying to say, oh, what. So we can have, I think it's about forgiving and moving forward. That's what I can say. And regarding the as I give my closing remarks regarding the fating and what, I think it is a waste of time, because of the parliament we have and the institutions we have. Because if you are trying to say that let parliament stop individuals from being appointed, but you forget that we have like 5-6 institutions which have people working and who have created all these individuals, because all of them have the certificate of good conduct, they have clearance from anti-corruption, they have clearance from every institution, and these are institutions which are paid out of money. So it's about building institutions, and not we have to build institution, and we have a solution from the institutions, not from individuals. And in the parliament, those are just few individuals who are sitting for their allowances. I think the critical part should be from there. For instance, if the president appoints somebody and he cannot obtain certificate of good conduct, he cannot be cleared by ICC, then we can say this person cannot be. But when you find an individual has all those documents, then I think that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Duke. Let me move on to Guru.
Yes, I think I need to reiterate the point on the vetting. You know, one of the most strange things is that in Kenya right now, it seems royalty is more important than competency. And the very spirit of Kenyans, when they demanded that we have technocrats for CSs and their PSs, that is now seemingly lost. And the underlying reason was that we'll have people who concentrate on their work other than politics. We are in for a very, I don't know, a throwback to the Moi era, where the CSs are more politicians than technocrats, in the sense that you've already started hearing the kind of statements that are being made out there. Even up to this time, you hear the deputy president is still talking about how the other side, our competitors, and so on and so forth. Then you wonder how a president or even a deputy president can continue talking about competitors instead of talking of how he's going to reach out to those even who did not vote for them, so that he can deliver his programs and projects. So this is a cabinet that we wait to see how it is going to perform, because there is a lot of doubt about some of them in terms of abilities and competencies. Maybe we are going to be fed more on propaganda than anything else. But we wait to see. Some of them have demonstrated personalities that are more of public, public, what would I call it? They have not behaved well. They are not role models. And in their disposition, they are actually, even in their statements, they would want to advance discrimination against some communities, and they have made it those statements in public. But now they are in the positions of cabinet. We don't know how they are going to behave once they get these positions. We wait to see. Maybe in this cabinet, maybe one or two people fit there. Most of them actually, they are just, they are just being rewarded for the campaigns that they did, nothing more. And if the president wants to perform, and which we think nobody wants to fail, I would want to sympathize with him, because he may not have that right material to deliver what he wants. But anyway, let's give them a benefit of doubt and see what will happen in the next 6 months. But I know the hustlers are waiting with bated breath. And if there is one government that is going to be under pressure from the youth, it is this one, because they promised so much. The youths are waiting. So Mise, when he says give us a bit more time, he does not know what is boiling from below. We are waiting to see what will happen. Asante.
All right. Thank you, Guru. Let me move on to Chaka and then Mise.
Okay, thanks Makiadi for this opportunity. And my closing remarks ni kwamba ni mengi tu ambayo yamezungumzwa na wenzangu hapa mazuri, na ukweli ni kwamba cabinet ambayo tunatarajia, hata wakifanya hiyo vetting, niliangalia tu vetting zote za wote na Duale, everybody, ilikuwa kini nikifuatilia, justaki kuhadisiwa nione ni nini wameulizwa. One thing nimediscover pale ni kwamba ni yale maswali hata yanaulizwa na speaker kama chairman, alafu na yale maswali yanaulizwa na upande mwingine kama wakina Junaid. So niliangalia ni wapi kwenye maswali mazito katika wote wenye waliulizwa, lakini niligundua kuna maswali mazito na ya ukweli ambao wengi waliweza kuyakwepa. Jambo ambalo mimi lilinitia mashaka kwamba wakati wakirejea kwa parliament, always majority wao lazima watakubali. Kwa cabinet yenye tuko nayo hii vetting ni kama kupoteza muda, but wangepeleka tu wakapitishwa direct, tukaangalia hii cabinet yenye imechaguliwa itatufanyia nini. Lakini mimi kile naona na nahisi maraba, kile ambacho naona na nahisi haswa kitatokea ni kwamba cabinet ni hii, hakuna kingine, na hawa nao watafanya kazi kutokana na kwamba wamekuwa rewarded, si expertise wa kufanya hii kazi hapa, ushaona. So ni wenye watafanya kile ambacho mzee atasema. So we are now back to the Moi era, na let's accept, but tusiwape muda, let's raise our voices na tuhakikishe kwamba Kenya tunataka ipelekwe the way tunataka ipelekwe sisi kama wananchi na wana Kenya, si kwa sababu ya mrengo, si kwa sababu ya kushurutishwa lazima tupite na mahali ambapo patakuwa ni pagumu. Lakini sioni match kwamba kutakuwa na mabadiliko mengine, hapana. Hata kukiwa kuna wenye wanafiti katika hizo position, mimi nakubali hata position ya Murkomen kwamba anafiti pale, lakini kutokana na hii kwamba mzee amesema tunaregeshwa hapo kwa mzee. Kwa hiyo hii ni serikali ya sawa mzee, hiyo let's take it to the bank. Then tukirudia tena katika kuweza kuyaafiki haya kwamba nazungumza ni kidogo inaweza kuwa na usahihi, bado wana kule kuonyesha kwamba we are now the winners, sisi ndio kila kitu, kwa sababu kila mara wanapoingia hawakosi kutaja either Uhuru ama kutaja our competitors, ambapo kazi ya Uhuru hata kama hatutaifagilia tutakuwa ni waongo kabisa, kwa sababu hizi barabara hata mahali ninapoishi mimi, kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa katika serikali hii iliyopita haswa ndio tuko na barabara ya lami ambayo inatuwezesha sasa hivi transport, magari yamekuwa mengi, tukutuku sasa hivi ziko, kila kazi inafanyika kwa usawa zaidi, na hatukuwa na hiyo barabara. So hata tukisema Uhuru hajafanya kazi, mimi na doubt sana na mambo na hiyo. Pili, wanasema kwamba serikali, kinachonikwaza zaidi ni kile ambacho wanasema kwamba serikali iliyopita iweza kuharibiwa na Handshake Brothers, of which wao walikuwa in the government na walikuwa na haki kabisa ya kuzungumza kile ambacho hakikuwa sahihi. Sasa lawama limerudi tena baka kwamba upinzani ndio uliweza ukaharibu mipango na maendeleo ya Kenya. Now they have been given the mandate, wamepewa hiyo serikali, lakini kila kicha wakanapoingia bado ni sisi tulishinda kihalali na Mungu, na pia competitors wetu wanyamaze, wasizungumzie hili, sisi tunajipanga, tupeni time, let's give us time. Sasa ni vitu ambavyo viko nje na yale matarajio ya Mkenya wa kawaida kama mimi hapa na wenzangu, yako nje, kwa sababu zile promises waliahidi sijaona wakideliver, na hawana mikakati ya kudeliver. Ni propaganda tu na mambo mengi matamu tu, na ngojeni kuna ABCD, uchumi ulifanywa hivi, na mlikuwa ndani ya serikali, mlikuwa na jukumu gani? Kwa hiyo waache haswa kile ambacho nazungumzia, haswa DP na pamoja na Prezo, waache hii mambo na competence, wafanyie Wakenya kazi. Sisi haja kubwa, madamu wao ni Wakenya, ni wazaliwa wa hapa, watufanyie kazi, waache haya mambo mengi. Yasiyo wapinzani wetu, washindani wetu walikuwa na ABCD. Hii kitu haitatusaidia. Let them deliver what they promise on their campaigns, lakini vinginevyo hatuwezi vumilia ati miezi 6 kwamba tunyamaze hivi. Lazima tutaraise hiyo our voices na tutoe hii serikali mamlakani bwana. Asante Makiadi.
Safi sana Chaka. Mise.
Asante sana Makiadi. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia kwanza yale ambayo uliniuliza. Nafikiri uliniuliza swali na hatimaye au kukubali Ndeto ajibu maswali ambayo niliyauliza. Kwanza Makiadi, uliniuliza what does the cabinet, who consists of the cabinet. If you look at Article 152, Article 1, it says the cabinet consists of the president, the deputy president, the attorney general, and not fewer than 14 and not more than 22 cabinet secretaries. So if you look at that article, it will tell you where. And I want to agree with you that, I want to agree with other people said there might be a problem in terms of who is who. Tunaweza anza kuona kama ile wakati wa Raila alianza kusema serikali ya nusu mkeka, ambayo hata alikuwa anasema hajawekewa carpet, hajafanya nini. So tunaweza iona pia katika this government if this is not well interpreted, especially with the creation or the appointment of Musalia Mudavadi. So, and also if you look at still Article 152, Sub-Article 2, it says that the president shall nominate and with the approval of the National Assembly appoint cabinet secretaries. Now, I just wanted to say that there is a safeguard there. The Constitution, in its wisdom, there is a safeguard that the president can only nominate and Parliament shall approve. So, which means the other people who of different opinion have a chance in Parliament to approve or disapprove the nomination of those people who have been nominated. So the appointment of those people who have been nominated. And also on the same, there's a safeguard where it says that the cabinet secretaries will not be members of Parliament, because that in itself would bring a conflict of interest. And so there's separation of power there. The other thing is even the prime cabinet minister, Musalia Mudavadi, is at the mercy of the president. He doesn't have his powers. His operation is limited. When you look at Article 152, Sub-Article 5, it also A, B, C. It says that the prime minister is at the mercy of the president, because the president can hire or appoint and can dismiss the appointment at the same time. So that means Musalia Mudavadi, even though he's been given that name, it is a ceremonial name, but otherwise it still falls under within not less than 14 and not more than 22. And you will quickly learn that Uhuru Kenyatta might have not followed that, because we see in Uhuru Kenyatta's the executive order of Uhuru Kenyatta, number 1, 2020, he had 39, positions. And I think William Ruto has been very careful not to go against the provisions of the executive order. And I think you mentioned that we have built on the executive order as though it is supreme than the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't work in isolation of even other bylaws. When you go to the city of Nairobi, there are other bylaws, and these bylaws must work hand in hand with the provisions of the Constitution to ensure that it does not infringe your rights while the bylaws are enforced. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand. And also, all cabinet secretaries, if you look at Article 153, which talks about decisions, responsibilities, and accountability of the cabinet secretaries. They all of them, if you look at Sub-Article 2, it says the cabinet secretaries are accountable individually and collectively to the president for the exercise of their powers and performance of their functions. So they are just at the mercy of the president. And so that being said, I just want to say that despite the fact that they are appointed, despite the fact that they have been created, and as Kuseo said, you can name everything you want, you can call the name that you want, you can spice it up, but at the end of the day, they all report to the president. They are not going to report to Musalia or whoever. They are going to report to the president as per the Constitution. Now, there are things my brother Ndeto talked about here. And I find that not Ndeto, let me not single out, but let me make a general comment, because I don't want you to come and hit me back. But I don't want us to be perennial complainers. Everything William Ruto is doing, complaining. Foreign trips that he made, complain. Appointments, complain. Allocation of resources to certain arms of the government, complain. So we cannot complain every day as if everything that the president is doing is in vain. Now, in terms of what the president talked, and the Guru, I'm going to address you. You talked about Mama Mboga and Boda Boda. Perhaps we need to go back and know what is the role of the government. The role of the government is to create and enforce the rules or laws of the land. Number two, to make sure that there is defense of its territories and its citizens. Number three, to make sure that we have good foreign affairs or relationship or diplomatic relationship. And number four, the economy, make sure that the economy of the country is stable. And number five, to make sure that public services, to mwananchi are rolled out in accordance with the constitution and efficiently. Now, that being said, the president talked about the Hustler Fund. When we look at the Hustler Fund, he talked about enabling.
Mato, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Actually, I'm down in Mato.
We can't, Mato, we can't hear you. There's something wrong with your audio.
Yeah, as Mato is fixing his audio, the role of the government is also to create, like, for example, the Hustler Fund. When you look at the Hustler Fund is going to help the common mwananchi, the businesses, for example, the medium and the small and medium enterprises to thrive and do business. And by so doing, they will create jobs. And when they create jobs, this goes down to mwananchi wa kawaida so that they can afford the common services or anything that they want to have at a level down there. So dismissing that the government is not doing anything, for example, like the government is going to charge some sort of interest. Of course, if the government is going to use circles like they have said, those people in the circles are going to work. They are going to increase the capacity of the people who are going to serve and process those loans. At the same time, that will trickle down to every business. When the businesses are going to receive loans, they're going to hire people who are going to dispense their obligations at the business level. And also, by so doing, the government has created an environment for the mwananchi wa kawaida, mama mboga, mama ule mwana boda boda, to access employment. When people who are businessmen who have employed other people, then they can also afford to pay boda boda instead of kutembea na mguu. So this way mama mboga, watu walikuwa hawawezi nunua nyanya ama kitunguu, now they can have access to resources that can enable them to buy or afford those things. And I think by so doing, the government would have dispensed its obligations, which means they are working towards that. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a little while for us to see that. And you can agree with me, Ndeto and Makiadi. You remember the Great Recession. When Obama came to office in 2008, there was a Great Recession. He had to create and give money to some small and medium enterprises. He had to bail out some organizations so that they could create jobs and the money would circulate for everyone to get access to jobs. And lastly, this whole issue of complaining every day, as though nothing good will come out of the government. It is in the preserve of the president to appoint people. The truth is, wale watu wenye walikuwa karibu sana during the campaign,
Mr. I have a question.
They will be the first beneficiaries with their appointments after which the rest will follow. I am
Mr.
looking forward
I
to
had a
apply
question
for
before I
open
left.
positions. Nikinyimwa, I will come and complain like
Hold
you.
on.
Thank you.
We are closing. We are closing. I don't want the debate to go on.
Okay,
So
okay.
I don't know why Guru and Mato have questions. We are closing. I can give you 30 seconds, Guru, and then 30 seconds, Mato. But let's finish.
No, mine is just a question to Mr. Actually, now, so this is it for me, Makia Disindo. So this is Unafunga.
Yeah, we are closing. We are closing.
Okay, Mr. Then in that case, then I have to, Mr. Do you think it's the duty of the government to save for you and your family?
It is not the duty of the government to save for you. It is the duty of the government to create a safe environment for your savings.
Thank you. Last one. Do you think is the duty of the government? This is a very tricky question. To look out for your safety. Now, remember what I'm talking about. Not from outside, not from other governments, and not from anything else. Your own safety, like ukitembea kwa barabara hivi, ukitembea kwa barabara. Do you think that's the duty of the government? Of what you eat in the morning, how you save yourself, and how you do whatever, whether you eat GMO, whether you don't eat GMO, to cater for you? Or are you a grown-up person in that government to do what you have to do to cater for yourself?
Okay.
I think,
Okay,
the
Mr.
government-
I think let me allow Guru to ask his question so that you can answer both. And
Mise, from what I get from you, I want to ask whether you subscribe to the principle ni wakati yetu ya kula nyama na wengine wameze mate. Because you say that those who are close to the political party will get their cut before the others, and whether that is sustainable in building a country, a nation. Number two, you still have not come out clearly. I threw a challenge to you that the Mama Mboga and the Boda guy is not is not as backward as you seem to have painted the picture. Do you still hold the belief that these people cannot be accommodated anywhere within the government structures of the so-called Hasra nation? I think with those two, I'll be fine.
Thank you. I think to answer first, safety begins with you, Ndeto. Safety begins with you. The government only complements your safety. You can be even a danger to your safety, and the government can prosecute you for that. You know that you are a property of the state, and for that reason, safety begins with you. Now, in terms of what you eat, in terms of what you wear, the government is responsible to make sure that there is food security in the country, so that there is not, because one of the hazards of a weaker community or a weaker country is a country that is suffering from lack of food. And lastly, Ndeto, when the government can only create a safe environment, and you said to enable you do business. If you are doing business, and you said this in your submission earlier on, for you to do business, the government has to provide security and protect you from people who can steal from you, so that they make sure that you have the freedom to trade peacefully without being coerced by criminals. So that is the responsibility of the government. Now, Guru, I am not saying that Mama Mboga and the Mwana Boda Boda are illiterate. I am not saying that. But equally, all I said first, it is always, it's not a principle, it's not a principle ati wacha tukule nyama wengine wakimeza mate. That is not a principle. However, in any policy and any practice in politics, you realize anyone who was actively involved in the campaign supporting the government of the day, they do get privileges. It's actually called symbiotic relationship, and it's allowed for people to be rewarded if they truly believed in the government and worked for during the campaigns and worked for them to succeed to ascend to power. What we need to question is do they have, and I agree with all of you, do they have the qualification, number one? Do they have the integrity? Did they pass the integrity test? If they didn't pass the integrity test, this way we can argue that they are not fit for the office, and so they do not qualify to be appointed or to be nominated. That we do have a ground. Whether or not, if you look at anywhere in the world, even Magufuli, Museveni, Bush, Obama, and Biden, they always reward people who, even Uhuru Kenyatta, even Raila Amolo Odinga, when he was appointed the prime minister in 2007, he also appointed people who were around him, where Ruto was one of them. They were beneficiaries. So this is not starting with Ruto. This is not going to end with Ruto. What we need to fight is the impunity where people are appointed with questionable credentials, with questionable integrity tests. That one we need to question. People like Babu Wino, who have shot the DJ and they are still in parliament. We need to question that. People like who have been appointed, like Aisha Jumwa, if they are found guilty, if they have been proven to be guilty, yes, we need to question that. But that does not strip Aisha Jumwa the right to be appointed, because number one, he's a Kenyan, and he also fronted himself and put himself in a position of being appointed. And lastly, let me say, a hunter does not shoot that which that he doesn't see. A hunter shoots that which he sees. When Miguna participated during 2000 and I think it was 2007. I don't remember very well, but he participated in illegally swearing in the prime minister at Uhuru Park. He was appointed as the president's advisor. Why didn't you question that? Because what he did was illegal and against the constitution. But because he was on the side which we were supporting, we did not question that. So everyone has questions of integrity, and no one can pass that test. That's what I can say for now.
Thank you. I want to correct one thing
But
that Mrs.
Richie, you can let that slide. That's a lie.
No,
Miguna
it's
was
okay.
not not appointed after appointing. He had been before. After that, he got
It's
Please
okay, Mato.
address that.
It's okay. Mr. knows that he talks a lot of things here that some he thinks we have not heard. But I want to correct one thing, Mise. I think Mato has addressed that issue of appointment of Miguna, that you're saying that he was appointed an advisor to the president. I think that is factually incorrect. Number one. Number two, you've talked about Uhuru Kenyatta having 39 positions. I don't know where you're getting that information from. From where I stand, Uhuru Kenyatta had the maximum number that is required in the constitution of cabinet secretaries, unless you have 39 from somewhere else that we don't know.
Look at executive order number.
No, I'm talking about the cabinet secretaries that served under Uhuru Kenyatta.
No,
how many were they? How many were they?
It's gazetted as 39 here.
Guru, I don't know if you guys know what Misa is talking about here, because it looks like we are
I'm
not
just
on the
reading a document.
No,
So
I'm telling you, the cabinet secretaries that served under Uhuru Kenyatta were 22.
unless he harmonized some cabinet ministries, but what is gazetted here is 39.
Are you talking
Yes.
about positions or ministries?
You need to look pull out executive order.
No, Mr.
It's
Mr.
executive. Actually, let me tell you that.
Put away the executive orders. I have the names of the ministers or cabinet secretaries that served under Uhuru Kenyatta, and there are 22 here. I'm looking at them right now. So I don't know where you're getting 39 from. Perhaps
Oh
we
no,
should.
it's ministries, state departments, constitutional commissions, and independent officers.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Now, my closing remarks here are very simple. I think Kenya Kwanza was not ready for this job. And I have repeatedly said here so many times, these people walikuwa wanapata potea na kwa bahati mzuri wakapata. You know, you cannot be complaining about a government that was a failure while opening a project that has been seen through to the end by the same government. You are there opening Thiba Dam and you are complaining about mismanagement of an economy and complaining about projects that have stalled, and you are there by that time you are complaining about that project. You are opening a project that was seen through by the same government. I mean, it is so absurd that these people, 2 months almost into their administration, they are still talking about state capture. They are still talking about we inherited a dilapidated economy. In the same context, we have the person who is the leader right now having been the second person, the second in command in the other government. I think William Ruto, and I want to say this clearly here, even as we give Kenyans hope, the issue of the Hustler Fund is going to be another big scam in the Republic of Kenya after Goldenberg. And we will come here one day to talk. Guru, I can tell you for real and for sure, these people that are telling us here every day that they are going to release 50 billion shillings and they do not have structures to recover the money, I can tell you for free here, and we will have this discussion another day. This is going to be a bigger scam than the Goldenberg scandal that we used to know. Now, that is about the Kenya Kwanza Serikali. Now, let me come to the judiciary and the DPP. I think as we expected, and as we spoke the other day here, when William Ruto came into parliament, into power, we said here that there was a tendency in which the judiciary seemed to be very cozy with the presidency. And right now we can see what is happening. It looks like the judiciary is making decisions, from somebody's call. All these cases that we are hearing, that these were political machinations and what to kufremiwa with it. I mean, look at people like Aisha Jumwa. Look at people like Mithika Linturi. I mean, you can talk about other cases whereby somebody like Waititu was found with 500 million in his account. The daughter had like 200 million, the wife had, and they could not explain. Sasa kesi kama hiyo Guru, hata wewe ukiulizwa ni nani aliyekelea mtu mwingine? I mean, if you have funds in your account, nikikuja nipate sofa kwa nyumba yako Guru, na uwezi niambie hii sofa ulitoa wapi, ni nani atakuwa amekuwekelea? Unless we are saying that we are in a government right now that will be taking credit for the good things and then passing blame to another, then we can say, okay, sawa basi, we understand your position. But I can tell you here, the judiciary, the DPP who is dropping cases today, and then the civil society and the lawyers, LSK, complain, and then the next day he goes again and withdraws the withdrawal. It shows you there's something fishy going on in our republic, and we should be able to speak about these things openly. Wetangula is a joker, and I can tell you for real, Wetangula is going even to be worse than Muturi. I think when Wetangula got the speaker's job, he probably thought that it is an appendage of the executive, because the decisions that Wetangula is making, the kind of questions that you look at Wetangula, you are the speaker, you are the chair, you are asking a nominee a question, and instead of giving that nominee an opportunity to speak and answer the questions that you're bringing forth, you are also answering for the nominee. You know, I come to an interview, mise umekuja interview hapo, unakuuliza wapi certificate yako, unaniambia certificate sina, sikupata. Nasema misi hata we nilikuona university, ulikuwa nyuma yangu. And that is supposed to be an interview. So I'm telling you, this government is a joke. These people are not ready for the leadership. And unless something happens, these people are not going to take Kenyans anywhere. Any development that these people will be doing in the Republic of Kenya is dependent upon how much the Auditor General keeps an eye on these people. But these people are there to scoot money. Hakuna mtu hapa mtu mzuri, hata kama mnasema nini. These guys, this is what we call a bandit government. And it is just a matter of time before we are proved right. Unless there's somebody who wants to add in a second or so, alafu tufunge show. Mimi nimemalizia hapo.
No, wacha niongeze hiyo kitu kwa sababu umenikumbusha hiyo kitu, nilikuwa hiyo kitu umesema saizi ya Wetangula. Richi, nilishtuka. How? And I think ndio maana nilikuja nikasema kitu ya nani Wetati kufanya sijui vetting ya Musalia, lakini hiyo umesema hapo ya mwisho hiyo, because I wanted to say it, and I think because we were talking a lot, you know, sasa unajua in this group sometimes you talk mnaongea, by the time it gets to you the whole thing tidy man the other way around. That Weta thing of saying that, oh no, I knew, I saw her, sijui nilimuona alikuwa hapa. How do you validate someone's educational thing? Richard, thank you for bringing that. Mimi hiyo ni kitu imenisumbua sana, because I was like, how do you validate that? Hata hujatuletea mtu mwingine aseme yenyewe nilikuwaga mimi, Richard, Guru na nani hapa. And by the way, kama wewe ndio chair, like you're the chair today here, you're the chair, how will you validate me? You know, sijui kama watu wanaelewa what is happening with our country today, Richi. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka tu kuongezea hiyo kitu because I had something to say about it. But how do you validate that? Mr. Guru, wewe ndio mkubwa wetu hapa. Niambie venye unafaa kuvalidate useme yes niliona mtu. Yet wewe ndio uko na hiyo power ya unafai kusema, unafaa kuletewa uvalidate kila kitu, lakini wewe ndio mwenyewe unasema uliona na mlikuwa shule naye. How does that work?
Can I say something?
Yeah, kidogo
so
tu 30 seconds tumalizie.
You see, there is something called reference. I can give reference that I know Makiadi through Mtembei, and in many cases, even in courts, you have seen someone appearing in court and the judge is someone they were with in high school or college or university. The judge can make that remark. Sometimes some judges can recuse themselves from presiding over such cases. Some judges can go ahead and give that decision. So there is nothing wrong. And for someone to have practiced in the court and gone to has a practicing certificate, it means for them to have gone through, for example, the Kenya School of Law, and to be issued a practicing license from Law Society of Kenya, there is something that can speak to that, either in practice, either through reference. There's a letter from the University of Nairobi, and I'm sure that letter from the University of Nairobi, it means there was a sworn affidavit that they do know that this person went to school. All of us, we've lost I don't have my Standard 8 certificate, I lost it. I don't have my Form 4 certificate, I lost it. Does it mean I didn't go through Form 4? No. Did I go through a certain level of a learning institution? I did. So if Makiadi, you find me in a place, I think it's the way, what I can criticize from what Wetangula said is the manner in which he said it, very casual. He should have left the person that he was being interviewed to speak, finish, and at the end of his submission, he can also attest that truly he does recognize that Alice was in the same university with him. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, Guru, you
But
wanted to say
as a presiding, that the basis of recruit, you need to get yourself out of that case at that point. But I think, Makedi, let me not mess up your show. I think Guru alikuwa anataka kusema kitu on what I had said, but Mise, you're misleading us. At that time, you need to take yourself out of that case, especially being the person that is leading it.
But Wetangula is not the entire parliament or commission that
no,
is just presiding.
It's okay, Misa. He's the chairman. He's the chair of that vetting body. Guru, in 30 seconds.
I think Misa is turning out to be a sycophant. Even things that look obviously bad, is trying to justify. The fact of the matter is that the speaker should be blind to such material. And that is a principle upon which they operate, even in parliament. It's not the speaker to say that the audience or the number of MPs is less. It is one of the MPs to rise and say, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are less than the quorum. So I think, update. Don't just support bribery, what is being done. At the end of the day, it is the duty of the public, not based on political affiliations, but based on patriotism, that they will build the institutions that will serve the country, regardless of which side you support. So on that one, I don't support you. And go and revise. I heard the other day you are a lawyer, and it will be very sad if the lawyers of this generation are not like those of Paul Moite generation, Kaminwa generation, people who stand by principles regardless of what. That is what has brought us where we are. But going forward, I see danger. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Guru, Mato. Thank you, Mise. Thank you. I mean, it's
But
always a
yet it's
pleasure.
not in order for Guru to say that I'm a sycophant. I did criticize Wetangula. I think it's in order that he withdraws that statement, because I did point out where Wetangula erred, in all fairness.
Yeah. I think Guru.
No, I did not. I just said you watch out that you don't become one.
You don't become. Yeah, I think you got it wrong. He said you watch out.
No, he said I am a sycophant, but it's okay. He has withdrawn and made it okay. I'm okay with that statement.
All right. So let me say this. I think, Mise, next time you go to look for a job, for example, if you apply for a professional job somewhere, somebody will want to see your certificate, and no word from anyone, to vouch for your, how truthful it is that you attended any school, will be able to give you that job unless you show that certificate. Then nobody's going to, unless now we are saying that the vetting process is just a formality, like we've been saying since we began the show. But having said that, I think Wetangula should know that he's another branch of government, and he's not an appendage of the executive to rubber stamp what comes from the executive. Now, I want to appreciate your presence here, my brothers. We started off like 4 hours ago, and it always is a pleasure having you on this show. I know we'd love to stay, but we have to go. and we'll make another opportunity to come here and speak about the issues that are affecting our country. I know today it's gonna be fireworks because we have the likes of Linturi. I don't know if Linturi is being vetted today, but I am sure that Aisha Jumwa will be on the hot seat today. So if we get time today, we will also connect and talk about what happens in the is it a guest house or what do we call it, in Parliament today. So let me take this opportunity to appreciate all the viewers that are watching us right now. Black Nakuona, mzuri sana kukuona kwa comment section. Brian Richards, asante sana. Kezia Muhaki, Ratib Orion, na wengine wote ambao umeungana pamoja nasi kwenye show. Kama kawaida tunasema ya kwamba show ikifunguliwa ukiwa umesubscribe na uka hit notification button, utaonyeshwa kwamba show iko live and you can be able to click on the link in the comment section and join the panel. Come in and give your opinion. Maoni ni bure hapa, hakuna mtu analipishwa kuja kuongea, lakini kama vile Father Darius anasema uwe na uwe na vitu vitatu: working gadgets, connectivity na working brain. Most of the panelists here will not allow you to punish them by listening to things that don't make sense. So karibu sana. Tomorrow is another day, and for you that mumeona siku ya Tuesday tayari, tunawatakia siku njema. Wale ambao mnaenda ku take a nap or sleep, we wish you all the best and good night. And Mato, sijui kama utatukariria stanza ya kwanza peke yake ya wimbo wa taifa alafu tufunge show.
Nipatie dakika moja tu, dakika moja tu, lakini ngoja kwanza. Nipatie dakika moja, usifunge. Hapana, lazima nipeane hiyo. Nipatie dakika moja tu, kuna kitu nilikuwa na reply hapa hivi, lakini pia Kiswahili kyako kimeimarika bwana. Round hii I was about to give you some. Nipatie tu dakika moja. Endelea tu.
Nifanye ya kwanza, Mato akifanya ya pili.
Mise kamata ya kwanza, Martin atakamata ya pili. Haya, nenda.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Sasa unaona mmenipata off guard.
Sawa.
Niko sawa. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii. Nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Basi umefanya vizuri ku Google.
Sija Google, nilikuwa niko busy hapo, niko na
safi. Guru, sitakwambia useme ya tatu juu najua utasema umepatikana off guard. But we will try to make sure that at least we get
wacha nipeane hiyo ya tatu. Wacha nipeane hiyo ya tatu basi.
Haya, nenda.
Haya. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono.
Mekwama Mato, tuungane mikono nini? Haya, sema tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukurani. Naona Mato amekwama, lakini ni sawa. So kwa hayo machache, thank you all for being here. I hope to see you tomorrow if we have another opportunity to come together and speak. Tafadhali karibu na uwe ready to contribute. Mato, nimeona umehang, lakini sawa, tumemaliza.
Nisema kila tuwe na shukrani. Nilimaliza.
Ulikuwa umehang, lakini ni sawa basi. So Mise Guru, siku njema. Mise, good night. Mato, good night. See you all tomorrow.
Richard, thank you for opening up the group. By the way, we really appreciate. Saa zingine unajua tunapata stress